Hello. I found a new playlist for Legend of Zelda. Welcome in, everybody. Hi, Gil. Grats on first.
I'm Lillian. Thank you for the pet. Wah.
Let me grab that first thing in the morning or afternoon. Oh, got so excited. There you go. Hmm. Thank you for the pet. But how are you guys doing this afternoon? Ah, Gil, you are not new. But for those of you who are new, welcome in, everybody. I am Desmond Dracula. I'm a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as roleplay on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games from RPGs to roguelikes. Ah, wow, wow, wow. It's the before noon here. How's the future? Oh, wait. Am I before or after you in terms of... No, that can't be right. It's 10 a.m. for me. Everyone's developed a fetish for me biting their ankles. Very possibly. I haven't, personally, but I could certainly see that being a thing. Did you tell Weewan he handsome like I told you to? Where did you tell me? If you told me yesterday, then to be fair, I always tell him he's handsome. It's 10 a.m. here too. Lilin, are you in the same time zone as me? Whoa. That's crazy. You're closer than I thought. Now I'm scared. Lilin's even closer to me to take my dreams. Time zone twinsies! Someone's trim. Probably Smelly Man. Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. I was watching Smelly for a while. He was playing some Breath of the Wild. Smelly's great. He's just funny. He's precious. He's just a cute kibby. And I appreciate him very much. I wish I could hang out with him. Like on a VC basis, just a vibe with him, because he seems like he'd be really cool to hang out with. A lot of you people are like just really cool to hang out with. I wish I could hang out with a lot of you more. Sad noises. Smelly is cool. Yeah, Smelly is cool. He's a very sweet guy. He's just chill.
Ah, my nose itches.
Alright, I'm good.
Butler Jenga.
What? Oh, do you want the Poplio? Do you want the Poplio? Because that's all I can understand.
Look at him. Look at him go. Look at that little boy. Look at him go.
Me too, little guy. Hey, Cecil. You cannot have this. Cecil. Okay, so, full disclosure. I grabbed a whole ass bag of baby oranges. Or cherub oranges. That's their technical name. And, they're in a little orange bag right now. And Cecil is enamored with the bag because it's like a net. And he likes tapping at it and chewing at it. Because I guess it's just fun. I grabbed a whole ass. A whole ass. I grabbed a whole ass bag of onions. No, oranges. No, I'm not gonna eat onions as a snack. That's dumb. Good lord. Hey, no one take me out of context.
Wah.
Ugh. There we go. Also, I found my coat. I found a nice little warm coat. Cause it's like 50 degrees today. And I'm like, hell yeah. And I'm not one to turn on a heater, cause fuck that. But I am one to wrap up. Also, the windows are all open. So I am feeling that 48-degree breeze. It's great. When the bot and the demon share a brain cell. Warm, good. Warm, very good. I think I just really like this sensation of like feeling the air outside and smelling the fresh air. But then I'm also wrapped up in a nice little coat. And then I'm also wrapped in a blanket with my legs. I'm bundled. I am bundled today. And it is so nice because I love bundling. Bundling is one of my favorite things. I like just feeling all safe and warm in a coat. And I can't do that during the summer. It's bullshit. What? Yes, I am bundled. For real, cold outside but warm inside is the best feeling. Yeah, exactly. You can feel like the cold on the outskirts of your stuff, but then you're in the warm and you're like, comfy. Alrighty, but we all know that it is Wednesday, my dude, so we're going to be doing some world building here in a bit. Specifically, we're going to be covering the magic system. And that's not something I usually do, because I'm shit at magic systems. I'm just bad at magic in general, because I'm not really a big proponent of magic. I'm more of a low fantasy kind of guy. I really like it when there's like you're in a medieval slash fantastical setting, yes, with different races and stuff, but I could never evolutionarily justify magic because I'm extremely, I wouldn't say scientific, but I'm very on stuff that I can't, I guess, tangibly get a grasp on. If that makes sense. And magic is one of those things. Which is why whenever I did make my magic system for my D&D campaign, I went, oh, hold on. This actually jives with me a little bit. So I'm able to justify a lot of the stuff my magic system can do because to me it makes sense. So that's all I really needed. I needed to make a magic system that makes sense to me. So we're going to see how this book handles the magic system. We've been reading this book for the past month or so, every Wednesday. I've been covering it. It's called the Essential Worldbuilding.
Wiggle. Paplia wiggle.
And it is a really good book. So it was honestly a shock and a joy to find this book, because I was going to assume it was one of those quick, like, just very bare bones help guide that someone just shat out one day because they wanted to make a quick buck, like, and ride the coattails of people's interests in world building. But that's not what it was. It's a genuine guide. It helps. And I'm cool with weird instructor races. Also Desmond magic. Hell no. Hear me out. You right. Listen, I can justify a bug race because bugs exist in the real world. Amy, do you want another Poplio? Do I need to make balance? There we go. But, actually, there would probably be people pissed at me for hearing me say that. Like, oh, you don't believe in magic? Then what about witchcraft? And Wicca? It's like, listen, I was a practicing Wiccan for 5 years. What do you want from me? I have long since proven to myself that magic just ain't it, dog. It doesn't exist, not to me. For a while, I thought it did. I was like, oh yeah, magic's dope. Laptops are a magic system, said tweet. Yes, I used to be a practicing Wiccan. I used to be a Wiccan. Ugh. It was something I gravitated to, and I was like, bro, this is really cool. I feel, I jive with it. But whenever I felt, or I guess whenever I realized there are two Poplios, one tells lies, the other tells lies. They both lie. They're both little liars. They're both impish little boys. But, when I started realizing that I was a trans guy, I went, hey, this religion, it's kinda really binary. And they don't have room for trans anything. The religion doesn't, the people don't, the magic doesn't. It all focuses on the binary of a cis man and a cis woman. And it's just the religion itself has to do a lot with um fertility because it's a pagan religion. A lot of pagan religions have to do with fertility. Um, and I don't know, I just fell out of it because it just does not feel. It didn't feel right anymore. Because I actually started studying it extensively, and I'm like, I'm not a fan anymore. I even did my year in a day. I was in a coven. I was in a group. And I did my thing. I was gonna be a high priest. But no, I gave it up after a while. I'm like, this is not for me. Nowadays, my religion is very ambiguous. My faith in something isn't hardly there. I don't know. I'm not atheist. Pagans be like, let's sex you up good. Yeah, pretty much. Usagi is chewing on your cables. Poplio. Poplio? Are you lying to me? I know Usagi's chewing those wires. Keep your nose clean. I love my little Poplios. Here, I'll dance with them. But yeah, there's a little backstory from me. But after all that, I was like, I can't. I'm not a magic guy. I can't. What? Me? Nah. Usagi. Usagi. I know you're chewing those wires, ma'am. Cutie. This is why we get into world building. Time to invent our own religion! Hell yeah! I love inventing religions. It's really cool. Because, I've done a lot of religious studies. Because everything has a source point. Even though people don't think they do. But, and I don't want to, like, hate on or shoot down anyone's religion. Because a lot of people still are very faithful nowadays. However, if you are very religious and you don't want to hear what I have to say, past this point, close your ears for a bit. But, yeah, like, I did some studying, specifically on Christianity at first because, it's where I was raised. And I was like, well, shit, where would Christianity come from? Well, obviously, the, religious texts of the religion tell you. It's in the stem of Judaism. It's a new, well, it was originally a cult, which back then the word cult was completely different. It's not what we use it for today. Nowadays, we say cult for, like, someone, ran by one guy who pretty much manipulates your situation and makes you feel like you have to join his sect. And then the cult itself, it love bombs you, and then it shames you into staying, basically. It makes you feel like you're the coolest, best, sweetest person on earth. And then after that love bomb, it manipulates you. It's fucked. That's what a cult is. That's what happened a lot with like Heaven's Gate for one.
Oh, a sleepy heepy. Eepy heepy, keep me warm.
Of course. Let me grab her. There we go. But yeah, nowadays, that's what we think of when we hear cult. We think, you know, Marilyn Manson and all that good shit. But that's not what it used to mean. Cult just means, like, hidden or mystery. And there were a lot of cults. Even in the Grecian era, there were cults for every single god and goddess that existed. There were cults for no more spooky Humi. No longer spooky. Ow. That hiccup hurt. But yeah, there were a lot of cults for different gods and goddesses. Sometimes ran by priests, sometimes just ran by people. Which is why we don't know a whole lot about certain gods. We know a lot about, like, Zeus, Hephaestus, Hera, the gods that are, I just realized the little paws. Yeah, the little paws. On her head. But we know a lot about those kind of gods because they were really commonly worshipped. But gods like Dionysus, we don't really know a whole heck of a lot about him or his rituals. Only a few lore bits, and that's because most of his worship was done through his mystery cult. And like I said, that's the word cult's not a bad thing, necessarily, especially back then. Yeah, we ain't know shit about Dionysus. I know, it pisses me off. I love Dionysus. But we weren't in his cult 2,000 years ago, so we don't know him. But that's how Christianity started. It was similar to these cults, where people were quiet. It was a mystery cult. People didn't spread that shit around. Not yet. Because they were getting persecuted. And you know what's funny? They loved it. That sounds awful now, but you can see remnants of it today. Christians, as someone who was raised in this denomination, Christians nowadays love to get persecuted. As weird as that sounds, they love being the victim. Which is why whenever someone pushes for rights that aren't for them, you know, they're not taking away their rights, but you're getting rights for someone else, they still take it as a slight. They will fall over on the floor and cry a martyrdom, like, as hard as they can. It's just how they are. That's just how Christians act. It's so dumb. But I know where it's from. It's a remnant of them being persecuted. And now they're just like, yes, persecute me like my Jesus. Crucify me. Yes, please. Martyr me. That's all they want. Christians like being stepped on. On a theoretical basis, yes. Yes, they do. They openly admit in their scripture that they want to be slaves to their God and Jesus. It's like, guys, stop. You have free will, please. As someone born Jewish, I love that we invented a religion that's basically, my guy's bigger than your guy, and he's gonna beat you up if you're mean to me. I learn more about you every day, Lilin. Not that I was I'm clearly not a true Christian. Not that I ever was to begin with. I don't think, yeah. To be fair, I lost my faith at like 13. I was like, this place kinda sucks. Anyway. That's a story for another day. But yeah, they love it. And that's because it's a remnant of their very early days as martyrs. Because they were being oppressed by the Roman government. Because the Romans went, you guys are fucking weird. What is this? But they liked it. That's why the religion persisted. Because they felt like they were being like Jesus. They're like, yes, I am Jesus now. It's like, guys, stop. And they still do it 2,000 years later, and it's like, stop, you're the dominant religion. You can't act like you're a victim still. You make the victims now. You have only one God? What the fuck? Well, not even that. They were just like, you're worshipping this guy that died, who you say is the son of this one God? What the fuck? Because they knew monotheism existed. Judaism existed for a while. Then again, they weren't really that nice to Jews either. I'm just saying. No one's ever been nice to Jews. Throughout the entire history of Jewish anything that I have ever heard, people have always shit on them. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Why? Like, it's always them. They always get, like, they're always getting the shaft, and it's like, why? They didn't even do anything. They've literally done nothing. Whatever. People are people. People is all I'm gonna say. But yeah. Where was I going with that? I kind of went off on a tangent there. My tangent went way too far away. There's a reason why so many Jewish celebrations boil down to they tried to kill us. It didn't work. Let's eat. Yeah, pretty much. Hey, we're survivors. Let's go pig out. And mostly people because in older times were very xenophobic and were very aggressive about other religions. True, but it was like always the Jews that got attacked. Like, you don't ever hear anything about the Moors or like the ancient Egyptians. You only hear about the Jews. It's like, guys, leave them alone. Fuck. They're constantly being like persecuted and they're just like, I just want to live. Like, let me just survive. Let me live. Please. And the thing is, Judaism as a religion is so interesting. It's so cool. And I absolutely love the language. The language is beautiful. To be fair, it's because we survived the attempts to wipe us out. People are just like, we can't get rid of these fuckers. It's like, no shit. It's fucked. Stop trying to commit a war crime. Please. Leave the people alone. I'm glad they've survived though. It's a testament to their resolve, and it's a testament to their fucking willpower. They're like, no. Their persistence and their strength. You do hear about Egyptians. They were some of the ones bullying. Yeah, exactly. Like, out of the common denominator is all of history. People like shitting on the Jews, and I don't get it. I don't get it. It makes me sad. But I'm glad they're still here, and I'm glad they've persisted. Over 3,000 years, they have lived. If I had to guess, it's because they live in mostly Christian areas and not just ones that over there people. Even before that. Because Judaism predates Christianity. It's where Christianity comes from. Because Jesus was a Jew. He was a Jesuit. Is that the word? He was from Nazareth, supposedly. And then, according to Christianity, he died for their sins and then came back or whatever, and then they're like, yay, we have a zombie for a god. And then it was all really cool. But they come from Jewish background, and the Old Testament of the Bible comes from the literal Torah, the Pentateuch. It's like, what? The majority of history, I think, is the case. Yeah, it sucks. But I looked into it, and it's really fucking cool. And you go through Judaism, you figure out where that came from. It came from the Canaanites. There's a reason they actually had a tussle with the Canaanites, because they split off. They were originally a cult themselves. Once again, we're not using the modern term of the word cult, we're using the old archaic term. They were an El cult. I can't remember his full name, but I believe he is called El Shaddai, El Ananwin. The Sumerians called him Enlil, I believe, or Anu.
Oh, you want to join the battler pile? Of course.
And it was a Canaanite religion.
Battler pile.
Here, you can sit next to one of the Poplios. Let me scoot my hair out of the way.
There you go, buddy.
L from Death Note. No, E-L. It's E-L. L. In Ukraine, we have a lot of those moments. Deportations to Siberia, cancellations of our language, Poland, Moscovian Empire, Golodomor and Chernobyl. Oh yeah, you guys have also had to deal with a lot of bullshit. Where? But no, it's L-E-L. And yeah, well, you can see that in the writing as well. They use the word El and Elohim for their god, because they don't say his actual name. But Elohim and El means authority or power in Hebrew, not Jewish. Jewish is a people. Hebrew is the language. But yeah, and you look at that and you're like, oh shit, it's an El Shaddai cult. And where did the El Shaddai guy come from? Where did the Canaanite religion come from? Well, it probably stemmed from some sort of ancient Sumerian offshoot, because that's where they're located. The Phoenicians and the Semites were located in that area, as well as ancient Egypt, so they probably had a lot of cross-pollination. So, it's just really cool to just follow the whole line and be like, this is probably where it started, and that's so fucking cool. I also find it really interesting that the letters we are writing with today came from ancient Egypt. Are you making me want to play a CK3 and bring back these cool religions? What? What's CK3? Oh, Crusader Kings. I love learning history of religions because you get to see where things really came from. Exactly. It's really cool. Because a lot of the stuff we do today, we had and got from something like 4,000 to 5,000 years ago. It's just evolved. And I think that's awesome. Because like I said, our writing system, the Latin alphabet, the writing system that we use primarily for English, the things you're typing with, have a super long and rich history. And it all stemmed from one thing: the ancient Egyptian writing system. The hieroglyphics that you see carved into the walls came for us. We got that. And it came essentially, I'm boiling it down to very, very summarized points of history. But essentially, the Semites, the Phoenicians, got a hold of these letters and they started using a handful of them to write very quickly to each other. And they only used it. They only had one letter for each sound, sans the vowels, of course, and made the first abjad 4,000 years ago. The origin of battlers. Nar. I recently learned that there was a good chance early Christianity and Judaism trade beliefs with Buddhism. Yeah, I heard about that too. Because there are a few Buddhist principles in Christian doctrine, if you are able to look hard enough. Not to mention, I found out, well, I didn't really find out, but I looked into it, and apparently Jewish people don't really believe in an afterlife. They only believe in the Sheol, which is... It's the Hebrew word for grave. That's it. Sheol just means grave. They just believe you're in a grave. Which is why they did a lot of, they made a lot of, what's the word? They insinuated that you would be physically resurrected when their god came down to Earth to rule. Yes, go make a Jewish Roman Empire and Crusader Kings. That's why a lot of Jesus' teachings are similar to Buddhist teachings. Yeah, a lot of people believe that Jesus, during his time in the Bible or whatever, was a Jewish, or not Jewish, was a Buddhist Jewish priest. Like, he learned a lot of Buddhist teachings, some say. Which I think is fucking cool, because I do like Buddhist teachings. I don't necessarily follow them all, but I do like them. But, yeah, what else? Yeah, right, the Judaism doesn't necessarily believe in an afterlife. They just think you're dead and in a grave, which is why your body will resurrect whenever their god comes by and thinks you're a good person. And your condemnation, whenever he comes back, is going to be burnt. Your body is basically literally going to be thrown in Gehenna, which is a physical place. You're going to be put in Gehenna and burnt there. AKA, they're going to destroy your physical vessel, and you will never get a chance to resurrect again. You will cease to exist. That is basically what the original texts say. Now, it was later taken and filtered through a Greek and Roman lens, and the Greeks and the Romans are very metaphorical. They're not nearly as pragmatic as the Jewish people when it came to metaphors, because Jews were very literal in their writings, while the Greeks and Romans were a lot more flowery and metaphorical. And they believed in more spiritual, oh, your soul exists, all this stuff. While the Jews were very, no, if I see it, it exists. If I don't see it, I don't know what to do with it. And then they kind of combined both over time, which created Christianity. So nowadays you have Christianity, even though Judaism, and it stems from Judaism, doesn't believe in heaven or hell, Christianity does, because it took those pagan roots. And paganism does believe in an afterlife, because of that spiritual nature to their pagan religion. So it's really interesting. Like, hell doesn't exist, as far as I understand, the way we understand it as well, in Judaism. That's from, like, the Greek and Romans, and the word is Norse. Like, that's Tartarus, the hell, pit of flame and fire. That's literally Tartarus. And then, like I said, the word itself, hell, comes from hell or Helheim. So it's like, you know. Anyway, we were supposed to be talking about magic, and here I am talking about religion, but I'm having fun. Where? But we're gonna hop on over. No hell. But then where's Himi gonna live? Where? Well, that's different. That's different. I meant from a religious standpoint. Alright, we're gonna hop over to art, and we're gonna start funking around with our magic system, since I am done talking about that. Core, Mesopotamian place of the afterlife, if I remember correctly. In all our hearts. Yes, Himi will live in our hearts. Alright, let me grab my notepad. And as you remember last time, this is what we went over. We were covering the worksheets, specifically. Because we'd completely finished reading the book itself, and then I started looking over the worksheet in the back, because it's like, there's a worksheet! And I'm like, oh, cool! So here I am now. We covered stars and planets, like what kind of stars, what kind of planets in your area. This is more for like sci-fi, cause you people who do fantasy don't typically worry too much about like the stars and planets. That's more of a sci-fi flair. Because typically when you're making sci-fi, you're going to be focusing on space. But if you're making a fantasy world, you're primarily going to be focusing on that one world, typically a region. If you want to make like a cosmology, then this would be good. A lot of people, I don't ever see people doing this, but you can make your own zodiacs and star charts. So this could help with that a little bit. Kind of. Especially with the planets. It's like, oh, what other planets are around? You make them. Why don't you just make them? Let me find my book real quick. There it is. Stars can help in fantasy. Magic of stars. Yeah. But this is specifically designing a planet and a star system, not the astrology of it all. And then we covered how to design a location, which is just whatever location you want to make. A city, country, a bog. Elder Scrolls made its own star signs. Yes, they did. You could do that. But yeah. You could figure out where it's located, what its geography is, what it is exactly. Is it a town? Is it a hamlet? Is it a fortress? What is it? Invent a new zodiac. Call it Glorchen? Born under the sign of Glorch. 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 There we go. And then fictional beings. This was the last thing we covered. And fictional beings, basically, hey, how do they work? How do they breathe? How do they walk? How do they talk? How do they eat? What eats them? What is their diet? All of that good stuff. So now, oh, I clicked a button. Oh, right. And I believe we covered this as well. Oh, right, this is more of the fictional being. Yeah, how does it eat? How does it catch the food? Is it warm-blooded? How does it see, hear, taste, smell? All this good stuff. Now that that is out of the way, we're gonna do magic. So, magic system. We already covered a bit about magic whenever we were reading the first part of the book, but now that we're in the worksheet, we're going to be able to really get in and ask these questions. Oh, let me grab my tablet. And then adjust myself. Oh, I almost dropped it. That would have been bad. And I need my glove.
I don't want my hands getting scrungly on the screen. That's gross. There we go.
Alrighty. I'm gonna wipe down my tablet real quick. So, magic system. And the first thing on the docket is it a hard or soft magic system? And we've talked about this before, but I'll cover it again. A hard magic system is systems that you understand. God damn it, Xerix. I knew there was going to be a joke of that somewhere. But a hard magic system is when you have a good comprehension of the rules. It's when you have a good comprehension of the rules and you can pretty much reproduce it flawlessly no matter what. Like Full Metal Alchemist, for instance. Full Metal Alchemist has a magic system where it's pretty much a hard magic system because it has set rules. You know that you need a circle to flaccid. It gets hard when things happen. God damn it! You motherfuckers! I knew it was coming, and yet. Anyway. Hard magic is math, soft magic is art. Yeah! Actually, that's a really good way to put it. Hard magic is math, soft magic is art. I know I'm lewd. Sometimes. I'm trying to be serious right now, though. I'm super serious, guys. But, yeah, Lilin put it pretty much spot on. A hard magic system is when you can calculate it, you can understand it, and it's tangible. Like I said, Full Metal Alchemist, you know how alchemists make their magic. They need to draw a circle, they need to design the diagram specifically for their purpose. Avatar: The Last Airbender is also a pretty hard magic system. You understand how it works. You know that you need to be born in that certain nationality, or you need to have a family member who has that. You serious? Funny baby man. Wah. But you need to have that that gene to do that element, and even then you are limited to that element. And we also know that you can take stances and poses from different real world martial arts, and that's how you move said element. Like, for instance, I believe it is Tai Chi that waterbending is based off of, because it's got a lot of fluid motions. I can't remember if it's Tai Chi or not. But we know that it's Tai Chi moves and these slow, flowing, like, movements with your arms, much like a wave on the water, that makes water move. You have to move like the water. And you have to be born with that gene. And you can only control water, or water that's inside. A water that is a part of whatever you're moving. I.e., plants, blood, mud, stuff like that. But we know what it is. Now, a soft magic system is a lot like Lilin said. It's like art. You're like, I don't know, it's kind of wishy-washy. It's just kind of there. Imagine being stuck as a spitbender. Ew! Don't say that to me! Ew! Why'd you do this? Win-win, please! Anyway, soft... Whatever you can bend cat users is banned from your channel. User has left your channel. Jeez. No. Yes, please, spray Lilum with the hose. Spit bending would be very dangerous. I don't know if you'd be able to. You know what? We're not getting into that today. I didn't create the Avatar universe, so I can't say whether or not people can bend spit. So I'm not going. I'm not gonna cover any of that. Anyway, soft magic system. It's when you basically don't know what the fuck is going on, a la Gandalf from Lord of the Rings. That man just does things because he can. We don't know why. We don't know the rules behind it. He just does. And it's like, sir, same thing with Saruman. Any of the wizards in Lord of the Rings were like, what the fuck are you doing? Why? Why are you doing? How are you doing? And it's like, I don't know. And that's the mystery of it. And the thing is, if you have a soft magic system, you have to be very careful. Because soft magic system gives you a lot more leniency, so a lot of the times it's going to feel like a Deus Ex Machina when people use it to solve problems. But with a hard magic system, it's going to feel like a puzzle piece that you're putting together, a puzzle that you're fixing. Alright, what is the magic system's theme? Ooh. Systems... theme. So, what is its system's theme? Like, elemental health? Elemental health, stuff like that. Oh, and like in Alchemy, in Full Metal Alchemist, it would be, you know, transmutation. That would be the theme, I guess. Or like, let's say crystals. You use crystals to contain energy, and you use that to shoot energy sources. I don't know, something like that. I can't think of any other themes. Oh, what is the source of the magic? That's what I meant. The crystals would be the source, actually. What is the source of the magic? So, if I'm going to be looking at my magic system, I'm going to do that through a filter. So, my magic system is a hard magic system. It's based on coding more than anything. It's based on, like, CSS, or HTML. You have to write down or you have to speak and see the glyph of whatever you're wanting to manipulate. Like I said, if I want to move water, like in Last Airbender, Airbender, you just do the moves and you know how to perfect it by doing these Tai Chi poses. But in my system, you need to know the word for water in this ancient language, and you need to know the 4 symbols for water in your head. You need to be able to see the symbol, and you need to be able to speak each syllable clearly. If you can't speak it, and you can't see the symbols, you can't do it. That's it. And I believe the symbols are like this. So I'm just going to... It's not really a spoiler, I'm just gonna give you this one little thing. Let me go to my thing. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, so... Let me sort my sheet. Okay, so the writing system... There it is. The word for water is sha, la, su, ri. And each symbol, so here, I'll just say water. You need to say this very clearly. So if you're muffled, or if your mouth has like been gagged, you can't cast magic. You're fucked. You can picture the glyphs all day, but if you don't have that vocation, you're fucked. You can't do it. Conversely, if you don't know the symbols for these 4 letters, or these 4 syllables, you're also fucked. You don't know how to say water, and you don't know how to conjure it because you don't know how to write it. But I know how to write all of it. So, sha. I have to make sure I do it correctly. Sha. You need to know how each symbol is written correctly, which is why the magic system is so difficult to learn, and it's a pretty easily guarded secret. So, sha, la. Let me go find la. I have a list here. Also, fun fact, each of these symbols means something different. So, sha, this symbol, and this thing means it's a word. It can be a word. As for this, la. Thank you, Wewin. but this is la. And then su. Where is su? There it is. Su. And then ri. Where's my ri? There it is. Then you do this. There we go. Shalasuri. Thank you for the water. But now that you know these 4 symbols and the 4 syllables to say, you'd be able to control water, or at least be able to speak to water on my planet. So that is how you know it is a hard system. Now, how do you tell it what to do? You need to know the command. Much like HTML, so let's say I'm making an HTML. This is usually, you're going to get to learn some HTML, by the way. In order to bold something, you put the letter B, or the word bold, in brackets like this, and then you have your title, and then you do this. You close it with a slash. You can do that with a lot of different stuff. Instead of a B, you can do it with an I for italics. If you want to go even further, you can do it with CSS as well. Like, for example, let's say I want every title that I'm creating. Here's my CSS. Let's say I'm going to call it my title. This is going to be my title text. And then I close it off like this in my CSS. And then I say, I want my font to be... I want my weight to be... bold. I want my font family to be Times New Roman. There we go. Like, just something like that. And then I close it off with my little brackets. Can you tell I used to do CSS? But let's say I want everything in here. This is my CSS. My code, my shorthand. This is basically what you're doing in my language. You're saying exactly what you want in each piece here. These are just ancient code words for the term water. This is a word for liquid. Sha, something that can move and is liquid. La, this is the moon and something that's associated with the moon, a la waves. The moon controls the water waves. Su, this has to do with aquatic life. And then ri has to do with flow. Fun fact, if I want... Sha, hornet? Nar. So, if I want to say something else that's a liquid, I can still say sha. But if, let's say I'm talking about acid. Acid is a liquid, so I started out with sha as well. So that's basically what I'm doing. Also, just to tie this off, for CSS, if I want to use this, I just do this. Basically. I close it with what the CSS is. Because it's called title, anything under title like this is going to take on these traits. So that's kind of how I based my system off of. Acid, danger liquid. Basically, here, I could actually pull up the system. I won't show you all of them because I don't want you guys to... Oh, wait. I'm on the sheet. I have the sheet. It's right here. There it is. See? Water. Shalasuri. Liquid, moon, aquatic life, flow. And then here, acid. Sha, liquid. Che, burning. Ba, popping. Lo, spreading. And as you can see, each one, if it's in red, it means I've used it before. So, fire, ke, energy, ti, sun, che, burning, ta, smoke. And then air, full. Uh, I believe this is gas, like a gaseous thing. I see burning water was already made. Yeah, acid. Water, burning, popping, spreading. And then poison, full. It's a gas, just like air, gas. But then it has other symbols. I can't remember exactly what these mean. I need to go back in. Let me look. Wa. Light. It's lightweight, as in it floats. So it's a gas. It floats. It's very light. Sa. I believe it means elevate. Lift. And then he, I believe means direction. Let me look for that. Oh, hi, Kibby. He, direction. Yes, that's what it means. It reminds me of the Magicka series a little bit, and alchemy in general. Yeah. A little bit. Oh, and earth. Ooh, solid. Go, ground. Ko, plants. Ra, I believe that is rocks. Let me look for Ra. Ra, heavy. Ra is heavy. Yeah, ooh. By the way, that little tilde right there at the top, that is a catch in your throat. It's called a glottal stop. You'll actually hear it a lot when you say uh-oh. Uh-oh. That catch in your throat when you say uh-oh. Or kitten. Some people say kitten. Kitten. That catching your throat is called a glottal stop. So if, let's say, I write a word just to show you what it sounds like in between vowels. Let's say, wa-a-ba-o. Yeah, that's the catch. Wa-a-ba-o. It's a catch in your throat. So let's say I write the word la, fo. I don't know. I don't know what that means. But this would be la-afo. La-afo. That's a catch in your throat. You'll actually, for those who have seen Young Justice, you'll actually hear this in a lot of the Martian names. Ja'an Ja'ons. Ja'on Ja'ons, because it's a glottal stop. And Magam Ma'ars. Ma'ors, that's their name. Ma'ors. Their names are a little hard to say for me, but wah. But yes, and then a systems theme. My systems theme is pretty much everything. I don't have enough clothes names in Breath of the Wild. Oh no. LeBron James. No, John Jones. Oh, slots. I was like, names? Okay. I don't know what that means, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Amy. You gotta get that wardrobe bigger. Gotta go get more Korok seeds. Is that what makes it bigger, or is that just weapons? I don't know how that changed to names. I can't help you with that. But I think Korok seeds help with weapons, bows, and shields, but I don't know about clothes. I thought you could have as many spaces as possible. You can't make more clothes slots. Oh, I guess I never hit the threshold then. Huh. Amy out here being fashionable. Amy out here playing Fashion of the Wild. Hello. Oh, goodbye, Kibby. I had a cat on my chair, and now he is not. He leavied. Alrighty. But back to the magic system and back to the book. The systems theme, if we're looking at my system, the theme is, like I said, pretty much anything. It's not just elemental or health. If you want to do anything, you can, as long as you have the writings and the glyphs in your head and the words in your mouth. You're done. You're good. You got this. I just realized people with aphantasia couldn't do this. If you have aphantasia, You literally cannot do the magic system. Because, amiibo outfits and DLC clothes take up too much. Oh, that makes sense. I didn't have any amiibo outfits or DLC content, when I played Breath of the Wild, so...
That makes too much sense.
But, yeah, for those who don't know what it is, aphantasia is when you can't picture something. It's basically... Here, let me look it up. Yeah, it's the inability to voluntarily create mental images in your mind. If you close your eyes and you try to picture something, you just can't. That's aphantasia. And I feel like people who have that would never be able to do my magic system, as shitty as that is. But it's because it relies on that mental imagery to be able to conjure what the glyphs look like. So that'd be an interesting limitation. Maybe aphantasia, I have a friend with it. Yeah, see? Maybe, we could look up the calculations of how common it is, because I don't know how common it is. Hold on. How common is aphantasia? And if we can determine that, I can actually figure out how many people can't do the spell. How can't do these, Okay, it's like less than 1%, but still! I think, yeah. Like, 1 in 100 people literally can't do my magic system. That's kind of sad. I can... Oh, wait, no, they would be able to! It would just be harder for them, and they'd constantly need book references. They'd need the book of the symbols right in front of them, but they'd be able to do it. They just wouldn't be able to do it without their book. I can absolutely conjure up images in my mind, but I tend not to for some reason. Oh no! I'm sorry. Can you store them? Oh yeah, I don't know if Breath of the Wild has a storage system. I wish it did. Hopefully the sequel, which by the way, I'm gonna be playing the fuck out of on stream whenever it comes out, but hopefully the sequel will have something. Because
I want my clothes. Said Fangy. Oh, it's okay, Fangy.
pet. But yeah, the system's theme, my system doesn't really have a theme. The theme technically is true names. If you can figure out the true name of an element or an object of some sort, then boom, you can control it. And you also need to know the true— Cecil! Stop trying to eat that. Go away. No eating oranges! First grapes and now oranges. Stop it. So aphantasia would your world would be like a discal— Oh no, Lilin. You use the word I cannot pronounce. Dyscalculia? Dyscalculia? Feed. I will not give— I'll eat the orange, but I won't give it to him. He doesn't get oranges. He is a kiddie. Feed me, strange bat person.
Feed me, father.
For I am a— It's like dyslexia for numbers. Oh. I see. Kind of. Aphantasia would more like be... It would make it just a little more difficult for them to do it without a source at hand. Because if they're looking at it, yes, over time they'd be able to learn how to do it. Real dad would feed me. I am your real dad, child. Cecil! Leave it alone. Be a good boy. Thing is, he doesn't want the oranges. He wants the fucking plastic. He wants the plastic netting around the oranges, because he's a brat.
Yeah, you're a brat. A brat.
He's so cute. I love my cat.
Even though he's a little brat right now. Yeah.
Oh no, what happened? Let him have him's fishnet leggings, nar! I started peeling the little orange, and the scent of orange just got his little nose, and now he's scrunkling his nose up like, Dad, what is that? I don't know, kid, why are you in my business? Hi, yeah, you're so cute. He's my boy. Do you miss father? Do you miss the good father? the father that loves you and would give you oranges.
Yeah, he scrunkled. He scrunkled his little nose, his little scrunkly face now. Whoa. Oh, a little scrunkle. Alright.
Orange treat for me. Ow. Mmm. I love oranges. Hi, Scrunkle Face. Alright, we're gonna be snacking on that while I continue. I will not choke on it at first. Fangy, you're not getting the netting either. Boop. Cecil, go on now. Leave it alone. Thank you. Alright, so, after the system's theme, we can talk about the source. The system's source. Nah. Hello, Rose. How is it? How you doing? Sarax, do not let Fangy choke. Fangy, do not the choke. But a magic system's source, or magic's source. For me, the source is the invoking of the name itself. There's not really a source. Some have the source of, like I said, crystals. I know Final Fantasy's source of magic is the Aether itself. That's in the world and in the earth. I can't... Cecil, fuck off. I'm gonna have to move this. He keeps fucking with it. There we go. As far as I could get it from him. Stop that! There we go. Working on my OC and my Skarma at the same time. Nice! Actually, I'm finishing up the Skarma art. What is it called? My race sheet. I could send it to you when it's done. But yes, the source of the magic for mine is just talking the true name and knowing how to invoke it. In other systems, like I said, Final Fantasy, it's Aether. In Skyrim, I guess it depends. I don't know where the magic comes from in Skyrim. I know how to perform Thumes, which is the dragon words. It's because you're invoking the dragon source, and you're dragon-born. That's where it's coming from your dragon blood. Full Metal Alchemist, once again, their power comes from the tectonic movements of the earth. It comes from that energy buildup inside the earth. They're just taking that energy and using it. Ask my friend, he says he literally cannot produce an image of something in his mind, even right after he looks away from it. He has to have the two pictures side by side to do a spot the difference thing. Yeah, aphantasia, like I said here, would be very... Souls are a source of magic. Oh, okay. Souls can be a source of magic, I do remember that. You cannot have orange net caging, Svangy. But yeah, people with aphantasia would probably need the book itself. So I think that would have to be another limit. It just depends on how well people can produce these glyphs in their mind. If they have aphantasia, they need that book. If they don't have the book, they are fucked. But people who have very good phantasia, very good mental creation, they'd be able to just speak it out and they're done. They did it. It's out there.
Hello there.
You do control... That's true. Hello there. Welcome... What is this? Hi. Hi. I don't know whether to thank you or tell you to leave. I'm offended, sir. Do I look like a bottom to you? Don't answer that! Hello there, though. Welcome in, I only follow bottoms. Welcome to the Pet Cafe. Hey, anyway. God damn it. Bleh. You look like a bottom. Fight me! I know I'm a bottom. Leave me alone. No, don't clip it. Get out of here. You bullies, all of you. Where? Anyway, source of magic. I'm skipping this. Fuck you guys. How well do people understand the source? Oh, okay, how well fuck. No! Get out of here! Anyway, how well do people understand it? Aw, thank you, Usagi. That doesn't make me feel much better. But yes, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it. Thank you for the stretch. Hold on, let me. Ah! Those were my fingers. There we go. Oh, that is true, Fangy. Thank you. Since you are new, welcome in. I am Desmond Dracula. I'm a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as worldbuild on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games from RPGs to roguelikes, and today it is Wednesday, my dudes. So we're world building. Specifically, we're going over magic systems. For the record, I never said there was anything wrong with being a bottom. Oh, I know, I'm just joking. Just teasing. Whomst is new. I only follow bottoms is new. Why do you guys hate me?
Thank you for the Betty Fangy.
That's why I planned Serax, sir, ayo. Hi, Lilin. Whatever, Lilin, you're probably a bottom too. I've seen your tweets. I've seen your TikToks. I've seen your face. Got him. Yeah, what's up? Trying to figure out what to draw. I asked my boyfriend to pick an animal and an element, but I haven't gotten an answer. I see. Let's see. Zinc elephant? Fangy, when they said element, I'm pretty sure they meant like the 4 elements, not the elemental table. You know what? Fire zebra. There you go. Zinc and as an element, I cannot count to 4. Fucking hell. Like air, earth, water. Fuck. Titanium walrus. Alright. You're just gonna get a bunch of fucking jokesters here today. But I said fire zebra. Let's see what that does. All of you. You think you're funny, huh? You think this is a goddamn comedy club? Phosphorus jackalope. Jackalopes ain't even a real animal. Then again, they didn't ask for a real animal. Wait, if Blippi were here, I'd argue that dominating the world and dominating one person are 2 different things. True. I'm willing to put in the work to rule the world, but in the bedroom lazy as shit. To be fair, are you a bottom or are you just lazy? Sodium bat. Nar! I am sodium bat right now. I'm glad you're proud of being a bottom though, Fangy. I'm just lazy. Yeah, there it is. Usagi. I'm sure you're a switch of some sort. You're just a pillow princess. Nothing wrong with being a pillow princess, but at least you're honest about it. Alright, so understandability of the magic system. I don't know if that's a real word. Bottoms rise up. Wait. I like announcing I am a bottom because then all the tops notice me. Oh yeah, Fangy. Hey, Fangy. Fangy, guess what? Fangy, guess what? Mwah. Chicken butt. I got him. Oh, look. Spam. Yeah, you're a bottom. That was not chicken butt. No, it was not. I know your weakness. What do I make do Pokemon? So no, the animal doesn't have to be real. Also, thank you. Of course, and you're welcome. I would love to see what it looks like whenever you're done. By the way, I have a Discord if you want to post it in the art channel. There's an art channel. It's called Personal Art for when you draw stuff. Wait, I'm trying to be a top. Usagi. I told you, you're probably a switch. You're just lazy. Not saying that's a bad thing. And also, you're okay with it. There you go. Yeah, you can post your artwork whenever you're done there. So, magic system. Stare. Usagi does like to bite. True. True. Your ada is actually a top thing. Is ada a top thing? I thought Oya was a top thing. Ada was like a bottom thing. Interesting. To be fair, yeah, that makes sense. That's because you don't like to say you're new in this cafe when you're not. Walk in. Someone who's been a regular for 8 months walks in. Hey, I'm brand new. Tell me about this place. I think it's funny. You right. Alright, but yes, understandability of the magic. How well do the people of the world know the magic system? For my magic system, since we're using it as an example to help you guys, not a whole lot of people understand it. Some grasp it very well, others just kind of understand it on a rudimentary basis, but it takes... Oh, okay, Ada's just feminine and Oya is masculine. Understood. My boyfriend knows my weakness. And I know his, and we're both use it to embarrass each other. Nice. I actually don't have a weakness. Fun fact. My weakness is a person. And no one but him can do anything to me. Teehee. That's called being Demi, baby! How about Ora?
This weakness is picky nose. No, not the picky nose.
We all know Wee1 is your weakness. Yeah, Wee1. He's not here. But Wee1 is my weakness. You have a lot of weaknesses? Yeah, but only... Oh, the weakness. I will grab the weakness. Come here, Wee1.
Wee1.
There he is. It's my baby. Hug the titty. Sippy time! Thank you. I have been talking a lot. I do need sips.
Lilin.
Don't picky my nose, I cry.
What?
But yes, understandability. Let's keep going. How is the magic used? Uses. How is it used? Boop's nose, boop. I heard a random roar in the neighbor's room. Oh fuck, that's creepy. No, thank you. But how is the magic used? Once again, Full Metal Alchemist, they use their magic primarily for transmutation of some sort. They are either repairing something, creating something from materials, or using these materials to create weapons of some sort. In my system, the uses are dependent on what you have studied. A beaky nose, god damn it. So, let's say you are a cleric and you are a vicar. So that means you are, you are a healer. You are studying how to do healing magic. You are going to primarily focus on runes, on the glyphs and the words that conjure up healing people. So for mine, it's vastly more infinite, but it just depends on what you know and what school you study. Who can use magic, and why can they use it when others can't? Who can use it? So, as we said earlier, I need healing. Healers are always targeted first. True. But who can use the magic? once again, we're gonna bring up. I'm gonna just keep talking about Full Metal Alchemist and Atla here, but in the Avatar universe, you can only use, let's say, waterbending if you are born of a waterbender in the Water Tribe. You need a waterbender lineage, either a parent or a grandparent. However, in Full Metal Alchemist, as long as you can process the information and you can focus on it, you can do it. Same thing with my magic system. If you can focus on it, you can do it. It doesn't matter who you are, where you were born. If you are able to picture the glyphs, whether that be mentally or physically on a piece of paper, and say the words, you can do it. So, boom. Who can use it? Figure that out for your magic system. What can be done with magic? There we go. What can you perform with your magic? Once again, Atla, you can only control the elements. It doesn't control anything other than that. Now, some of them can stretch out to other things, like, lightning is an extension of fire. So if you were a firebender, if you practice hard enough, you could be a lightning bender as well. If you were an earthbender, if you practice hard enough, you can be a metal bender as well. If you are a waterbender, if you practice, you can bend people's blood. I disagree. Every healer I've known craves violence and bloodshed and has a god complex. True. I'm trying to think of a healer main. You know what? You're right. I know a support main. She's cracked. She does crave violence and bloodshed. You can combine fire and earth to lava bend. Yeah, kinda. You can also control lava through fire and earth. I usually see memes where healers are always fucked by the enemy or an ally. Yeah. I am a healer main and I do not crave violence and bloodshed. Are you sure? But yes, what is the limits of the magic? What can it done? What cannot be done with magic? What are its limits? So, limits. What is it? What can you not do with it? In Full Metal Alchemist, you can transmute whatever you whatever you want, but you cannot bring the dead back to life. At all. If someone has died and they are gone, you cannot bring them back, no matter what. In Atla, you cannot control an element that you were not born to control. If you do not have that lineage, you cannot control it. At all. Save for the Avatar. But we're not including him. He is in... he's unique. And in my system, the limit is the limit of the person. If you do not know the word, you cannot do it. If you don't have the glyph in mind, you cannot do it. That's just the long and short of it. How does it affect the user? Effects on the user. There we go. Started maining support when I was saw a guy moving because he thought he was dead when I had saved him, and he thanked me in text chat afterwards. Aw, that's sweet. In Fate we have necromancy, plus there's a funny thing, you can put your mind into a doll. I know one magus that's able to do it. Fun! I'd have to think about necromancy on my world. I believe necromancy in some form could work, but you wouldn't be recalling the soul back. It's very hard to get the true name of an individual's soul. The true name is way too long, and it's way too complicated. And good luck finding it in the first place. It's easy to figure out, like, the rudimentary stuff, like elements, like air, water, acid, stuff that's, like, a part of nature. fire, all that good stuff. But if it's a person or if it's an individual sentient creature, it's so hard to figure it out. Plot twist, everyone's soul is named Dave. Yeah, imagine. But you're not conjuring, like, the name of the person. Like, let's say a guy named Dave dies. Uh, using Lillian's, Lillian's name. Someone named Dave dies. I can't say Spirit of Dave, come back. Because that's not his true name. Dave is not his true name. It's not the name of his soul. It's whatever the name he was given by the ancient language in his first ever life. Because that's how old this language is. It's hundreds of thousands of years old. And the people are just now starting to figure it out. Which is why the magic system is actually only 70 years old. It's a relatively new practice because they've just stumbled upon it after doing some archaeological digs. They finally stumbled on it and figured out, hey, these are actually symbols. Our necromancy can't resurrect, I think. All I know is talking to spirits and using them, and using the energy of the spirits. It's also really hard for people in my magic system to talk to the dead as well. It's real hard to ring up a dead person if you don't know their true name either. Maybe they'd be able to figure out the word for, like, the afterlife, or like some form of spiritual realm, but they wouldn't know the first thing about that. Reincarnation goes brrr. Yes, reincarnation. I do like to add in reincarnation, and that's what it is. Dave was reincarnated so much that his true name has long since been lost to him, because it was his first name. The first name ever given to him, and ever given to his soul. However, he has incarnated over 1,000 times by now. That true name has long since been lost. But what is the effect on the user? Does it have negative effects? What is the cost of using the magic? For mine, it has to do with just mental focus. Over time, you will just mentally drain yourself, because it's extremely taxing to remember all this shit. Not to mention you're just drawing a bit of your own energy out whenever you're casting these things. You're tiring yourself out. I've scrapped and remade my lore several times now. Welcome in, she, and I am sorry you have scrapped your stuff. I hope everything's okay. But does it have any negative effects? Other than just exhaustion, for mine, not really. You just get tired. That's how it affects you. In other games and other stories, I'm sure magic will affect people in different ways. I'm trying to think of one where it, like, hurts you. I can't think of anything at the moment. I scrapped my old lore because it was too much. Oh no! Aragon? Oh, does Aragon have a magic system where it can hurt you or give you negative effects? Because I've never read it. There we go. It still kind of exists. It takes the same energy to do things via magic as doing it normally. Oh, okay. I have massive worlds in my head, and as they're constantly changing, I have to constantly scrap and rewrite. You don't have to scrap and rewrite. You can just write it down. So if you do something impossible, then you die! Oh, jeez. I scrapped my OC's world because I found new inspirations and new ideas for the world. You don't have to scrap stuff, though. You can just write stuff down and figure out what you want. You don't gotta scrap. Because maybe the old doesn't fit. Wah, fine. Alright, effects of magic. How does society view magic and magic users? Okay, so, society and magic. Society and magic. How does society handle your magic system? Aragon himself nearly died because he tried to turn sand into water. Oh, God. Sir. But yeah, that sounds about right. 10 points to Griffin Puff. Fuck you, Snape. Griffin Puff wins. That's my favorite fucking 10 billion points to Griffin Puff. That's my favorite fucking vine. It's so funny. Fuck you, Snape. Griffin Puff wins. And no, we cannot have a shout out for me. I'm the streamer. I don't need a shout out. I'm right here. Am I not good enough? Do you need 2 of me? Oh, okay. Lilin. Whew. Sometimes I feel like beating my head into a wall. No, it's okay, Sheehan. Like I said, if you... Ryza. Ryza. And I might base it off of some languages. Oh, look, it's me talking about language. Not by much. I typically don't like doing that. You don't? However, it does help with... Oh my god, Koji, that's so cute. What the fuck? I got Koji. He's so angry. Oh, I think he was talking about, I'm talking about his prop. He sent it to me.
So we have a strategy for our next game. Be fast, be efficient, don't do knights.
Ryza is very cute. True, it is only fair. He did ask. He did ask. Apparently Cerex can relate too. Alright, but yes, how does it affect society? So, once again, Atla, we can understand that a lot of the benders are the builders as well, especially the ones who can control Earth, for instance. If you are an Earthbender in the Earth Kingdom, you're probably going to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting and heavy moving, as well as creating buildings for people. You can see them pushing the trainways. Oh. Oh, there it goes.
There's only a few days left. Until our untimely end. Do you not know what Unisonus is?
Ooh-ness. Aw-ness.
There's no way that you're going to be able to watch all the videos now.
I already did, fucker.
Almost 360 days worth of videos.
Yeah, I
You
watched
think
them
you
all.
can cram that into 3?
Yeah. No.
No way. So sad. Too bad. Are these guys back yet?
Forward filler episodes.
Hello.
Even those were
Like bottle episodes.
I actually did watch most of Unisonus. Wasn't sure how it would turn out, but I think I kind of like the drawing so far. Ooh! I'm sure it looks wonderful. What was that? I heard something. Yeah, now I'm scared. I think it was just Cecil. Yeah, I think it was just my cat. I think he was running across the hall or something. I thought something, you know, spooky was happening and what? To the ghost! A ghost! Hopefully it's just Cecil throwing a fit because I won't let him eat oranges. Anyway! Society and magic, like I said, in Atla, you're probably helping with society because you're a part of it. They consider the elemental bending a part of their culture. While in Full Metal, they consider it helpful, and they even have rules and regulations against it, like you can't transmute stuff into gold. That's not allowed. So there are rules and regulations for it. Because here it says, how does society view magic and magic users? Are there laws regulating magic? Are magic users politically powerful, or are they outcasts? So for my magic system, since the magic system itself is relatively new, they've started getting regulations, and the regulations are typically kind of like non-disclosure agreements. Because guilds, as well as different sects of churches, as well as, like I said, trading guilds, they want to keep that stuff quiet. They want to keep whatever they've found archaeologically quiet. Because they want to keep their techniques, basically,
S-E-C-T! God damn it, Serax.
Yes, S-E-C-T. Sect. Secateurs. But, so there's a lot of law regulation on that. If you are caught, trading company secrets, as it were, you're in trouble. That's pretty secty of you. You're in a lot of trouble if you get caught trading secrets. Not to say it doesn't happen, but it is illegal. So you have to be very careful about what notes you take. I heard screaming outside. Very desensitized to this, I see. Remember, always practice safe sex. S-E-C-T-S. But yes, in my world, it's pretty regulated. Because enough time has passed for people to start regulating it. Specifically because I think it started in a human settlement. If it was in an elvish settlement, it would have taken longer, because elves just take longer with everything for some reason. They're slow bitches. But, the men of the area, M-E-N-N, that's the race of humans, the men of the world took a lot of serious precautions to make sure people don't unethically spread this stuff. Oh, give me just a moment. Oh, jeez. There was a neighbor walking by my window, so I had to shut it. He was fucking singing. Wise way. And he was just screaming. I'm like, I gotta check on that. Anyway, I'm back. Yeah, I had he was walking by the fence, just scream singing. I'm out here having a musical number? He was. I don't know if you guys heard that at all. Shit was funny. Anyway. Yes, how does your society handle the magic? Do they think magic is absolutely awful? And they try to tell people, hey, don't use magic at all, fuckers. How does it go? And I came into an idea to mix the one with the other characters. I could attempt a spider bunny. Ooh, a spider bunny? That sounds crazy. Fire zebra crossbreed? Oh god, that'd be terrifying. I want to see it. Let's do it. Ugh, I'm stuck, help. There we go. I'm less stuck. Help me, I'm stuck. Oh, hi, Kibby. Did you see him? Yeah, are you looking out the window? Cecil's like, who the fuck was out there? Who was outside my window? My cat TV. Help, step bro. I'm stuck. Alrighty. What effect does magic have on technology? So, how exactly does magic either stunt or help technology? For instance, if you have the magical means to do something, you're probably not going to develop the technological means. Using Joling Coling Foling's works, after all of that, we can show that, like the witch and wizard world, the wizarding world, they don't have, like, dishwashers. And they don't have, like, vacuums or anything. And that's because they can just cast a magic spell, and it will help them wash their dishes, and it'll help them sweep their floors. So, they don't really need to make that kind of technology. They didn't need technology to make cars, because they have flying carriages and brooms. They ain't gotta worry about it. But for humans, muggles, quote-unquote, who have to rely on technology only, of course they're going to up their technology to a modern degree. So that's how magic and technology can kind of clash. However, some magic can actually help with technology. Or it can be a culture that just says no to magic and goes technologically instead. Like, I know the Dwemer and the Elder Scrolls were kind of like that. They preferred technology to magic. And there are things like in D&D called artificers, and they use magic to infuse their inventions. There's also stuff in like League of Legends. They have a magic system called Hextech. Hextech is magic-infused technology, and it's fucking cool. For those who don't know League of Legends, there's a character in there named Heimerdinger. He's a little yordle, he's very smart, he's very cute, but he uses magic-infused inventions called Hextech. So does Jace. Jace also does that with a giant fucking hammer, and he shoots magic out of it. It's really cool. My favorite part of Barry Schmoder is the implication that wizards are technologically and culturally backwards because magic removes the need for invention. Yeah, pretty much. It's kind of how it works. Unless they figured out how to utilize it with the technology, they're not going to invent technology. Not very high technology, at least. I had a religious organization in one of my characters' backstories that had a bunch of holy knights and paladins, but they were actually a bunch of hexblade warriors fucking around with demons and shit to give them powers by summoning and experimenting on small demons over many years. Well, that's really cool. Also, those poor demons. I feel very bad for them. They are babies. But yes, how does magic affect your technology? Is it so strong that they don't need to evolve? Or is it just good enough where they can use it, but they still need technology? It is up to you. It also has to do with how much the entire point of Arthur Weasley's character. He's trying to understand the point of invention. Yeah, because he's so used to magic. He doesn't understand. Alright, what effect does magic have on science? Magic on science. So, as we covered earlier, science and technology are two different things. What exactly is the function of a rubber duck? To be cute and be my friend while I'm taking a bath, sir. But science and technology are two different things, but they typically go hand in hand. And if we are technically advanced, we're going to be scientifically advanced as well. Though that's not necessarily the case sometimes, it just depends. But what does magic do with science? Since magic exists, how can science explain it? That is up to you. For me, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know how science would work.
Oh, thank you!
Thank you, I only follow bottoms for giving me a drink. Ah, water. You'd think they employ a muggle-born witch or wizard for that. I know, you'd think, right? You'd think they'd help. But no. That's because they don't actually care. The Ministry of Magic doesn't want muggles at all. Muggle-born can go fuck themselves as far as they're concerned. Which is why they don't hire Muggle-born. Not for a while, at least. I'm sure they do at some point, but they don't care. But yes, how does magic affect science? And how can science explain magic? How can they explain each other? Like I said in Full Metal Alchemist, their alchemy is considered a science. They are actually doing scientific theories. They're writing scientific research and notes on it. Because it has to do with the science of the ground of the world and how everything is made up. In order to perform alchemy, you need to understand the components of the item you are transmuting. If you don't know those components, you're shit out of luck. So, food for thought. What effect does it have on healthcare? Hello? Healthcare. Magic on healthcare. This is a fun one. So, typically, if you have a magic system that can heal people pretty easily, you're not really going to have healthcare. Not the way we do. You're not going to have the technologies... Socialist magic? Yes, socialist magic. That's another thing with J.K. Rowling's bullshit. Sorry. This is just gonna turn into me bitching about J.K. Rowling and how shitty her world building is. Or how shittily she world builds the magic area, the magic people. So, okay. Magic on healthcare. We're gonna use her as an example. There is a point in one of the books where Mr. Weasley gets hurt real bad, and they can't figure out how to help him very well with magic. They're struggling with it. He's at the hospital, I think it's St. Mungus Hospital or whatever. They're trying, and it doesn't really work. So he says, fuck it, do it how the muggles do it, sew me up. And they went, that's barbaric. And he's like, I don't give a fuck, do it how the muggles do it, fix me that way. And then they do, and he's fine. But the thing is, they wouldn't even consider using a muggle technique because it's not magical. They don't trust it if it's not magic. It's like, guys, what the fuck? But that's how some of your system could work, possibly. Fates Magus don't want people to know about magic because the more mages there are, the smaller their personal power because they all get power from the root. Well, at least try, because after the end of the Age of Gods, the connection to the root has been lost. Of course, of course. Don't worry, guys, it's just British. Desmond doesn't abide by the law of equivalent exchange because we can get a wee wand for only 250 sugar cubes. I don't abide by the law of equivalent exchange. I am above that. I'm above that law. But, yeah, that's a thing that they do with their healthcare. I cast a wee wand! Wee wand! Give me my wee wand. I'll take a little one, and I'll put him right here. And let him vibe. There we go. Wee one! Sarax wanted a wee one. But, another instance with J.K. Rowling's bullshit. A lot of the modern-day excuses of, wizards not hanging out or letting the muggles know they exist. Leon's true name is Wee One. Wah. But a lot of the bullshit reasons that they come up with to make sure people don't know they exist is because, oh, they're gonna ask for silly things from us. We're gonna have to perform magic spells for them. And we don't want to. It's like, first of all, you whiny bitches. What's wrong with a little bit of, you know, goods and services? If someone wants a type of spell, charge them. The free market exists. But then, if you think about it, it makes it even more fucked, because they're saying, I don't want to heal muggles. Because they do stuff magically. And if human technology for healthcare can only go so far. But muggle curing, they can literally help you regrow your bones. So there's plenty of muggles out there dying of weak bone marrow, of fuck, what's that disease called where your bone marrow's fucked up? They could literally fix that. Like that. But they don't, because they don't care. It's a very us versus them mentality. And osteoporosis, is that it? I don't know. But I'm just gonna trust your judgment on this. But yeah, or cancer. They could immediately cure that shit with magic. But they don't. They don't care. It's a very us versus them. And that status quo is exactly what most of the characters are fighting to keep. So it's like, fuck, dude. It's actually Ligma. Can't believe Steve Jobs died of Ligma. But yeah, it's frustrating. So, what effect does magic have on healthcare? Whatever you think it can cover. What's death? I have crippling gay. Me. I have osteoporosis. But yes, if the magic is limited, is it limited only to the people who use the magic, like in J.K. Rowling's bullshit? Or is it universal? Is it given to everyone? Is it free? Is it paid? For mine, it's really rare for people to be able to heal. The people's magic system! But it's still relatively new as a magic system, so they do have technologies already in place for general healthcare. But over the past 70 years, the church has gotten a stranglehold on magical healing because they were the first ones to figure out how to do it. Not the clinics and not the alchemists, or not. When I say alchemist, I mean pharmacists, not like Full Metal Alchemists. People who do the potions. Chemists, basically. But no, the church was able to get a stranglehold on that, and they use that to influence their healing, and they use that to their advantage and to promote their god. To promote their gods, specifically. So that's how my healing works on my system. They have both. They have healthcare, and they also have magic healing. But that's because the church typically charges for magic healing, and they charge more than what it's usually for in regular healthcare because they know it's a lot more permanent and it's a lot better than your typical medieval healing. In Fate, there's a magus that, if they want, they can heal a non-magus. If it still be a secret, yes, some magi won't like it, don't give a fuck. And there are magis that have non-magus and a slet. Remind me of how in Bloodborne they use the blood of the old gods to heal literally everything, which fucks things up, said Bloodstar. Yeah, kinda like that. A little bit, although they're not using the blood of old gods. They're using an ancient language that they've found and they've learned over time. And they've gotten a literal stranglehold on healing. In fact, it started creating different cloisters of churches, where they're like, oh no, I want to focus on healing this, or I want to focus on healing that. I want to focus on abrasions. I want to focus on cuts. I want to focus on broken bones. They have like different schools for stuff now because they've had the ability to grow over the past 70 years. So what effect does magic have on the legal system? Can I join the church of fixing headaches? Sure, we win. So magic and the legal system. And the government. So, what does magic mean for the government and the legal system? For instance, once again, Full Metal Alchemist, the alchemists are actually nowadays considered dogs of the military. The military is ran primarily by the government, which is by their dictator. Führer King Bradley, that's his name. So the government actually swooped in and grabbed a lot of alchemists and said, these are our now, we use these, we're going to use them for war. Bye! So how does it affect the legal system? It beats me, at least for Full Metal. How does it affect the government? Clearly the government is taking advantage of this magic system. The state looks at alchemists and said, I made this. I made this. In fact, the term is state alchemist. So, does the government take advantage of your magic system? Can it control it at all? Or is it a guarded secret, like on mine a little bit? Because, oh, and how does it affect the legal system? So, for instance, like I said, my stuff, it's a little harder to understand. Some governments do have holds of it. They have a few writings, and that's because there are state archaeologists that are sent out to these different areas that they know has been found and excavated by other groups. So there are a few countries that have sent state-sanctioned people to look at this stuff. So the same writing system and the same words for stuff have been found multiple times by different people. But that doesn't mean they're being utilized the same way. And the government doesn't really stop or try to regulate or control other people doing it. They just control and regulate people spreading information because they realize that was going to be a bad thing if people are suddenly learning all of this stuff. So that's a good way to do that. What effect does magic have on war? Ooh. Magic on war. We see this in both Atla and Full Metal Alchemist. Like I said, the state alchemists were drafted for war. They were literally drafted as dogs of the military. They were used to fight in the Ishvalan Civil War. They were forced to kill people. Like, it was fucked, but they were forced into it. And they were utilized for it. So how does magic change it? It depends on how powerful the magic can be. Can the magic outclass weaponry? Well, then the magic's gonna be used for war purposes. Do they use the magic to buff weapons? Do they use it as a weapon? It all has to come down with what can the magic do. For mine, more than likely the magic itself would only be used elementally for attacking, like, you know, hucking rocks and fire at people. But you can also imbue these elements into weapons. So the way my magic system works is you can know the word for metal, which is right here. U, solid, do, ma, ka. Basically, this is the word for metal. If you get a piece of metal and you're making a weapon with it, you can say metal be charged with fire. Let's say I say that. Metal be charged with fire. I say that in the ancient language. I don't know how to say be charged yet because I haven't written it down, but that's okay. But let's say I do that. Suddenly, my blade can go on fire if I want it to. And then I rename that blade because it's a new object. Yes, it's made out of metal, the word metal, and fire, but I can name it. I can actually name it as long as I'm using the ancient tongue. So let's say I name it Alasashura Wada. Let's say I just give it a big-ass weird name. Boom, that's the name of the sword. I sell it. And boom, someone has a fire sword now. The worst thing in Fate is magical worms. Worms that eat you from the inside and give you magical power. Ugh. They're crawling under Maga's skin. It's dangerous, but one Makeri family knows how to do it, so it's not as dangerous. Ugh. The most powerful spell. Rewind. Oh, he's dancing! You know what, Leon? Hold on. Thank you. But yes, that's a pretty good way to do that kind of stuff. Also, can you protect yourself? How about the armor? A peaky nose. Wah! So, what effect does magic have on the economy?
My economy.
Magic on economy. It says here, think about how it affects food production, manufacturing, trade, and natural resources. This emote is actually saying fug. So, for Full Metal, there are limits. You can't just create food out of nothing. You could probably make meals if you had all the ingredients, but I don't know, it'd probably taste kind of soulless. And then with Harry Potter, they don't use magic really to cook. they actually use house elves to cook. Especially in Hogwarts, they use house elves to cook their food. Manufacturing and trade, and natural resources. Once again, it's not that fun if the magic system can like just conjure anything from nothing. They have to pull it from some sort of source. So for mine, the natural resources, it's just metals and all that good stuff. And the magic system itself cannot conjure new materials. I can't hold out my hand and say create metal. That would not really work, because the magic system can't just create something out of nothing. You need to conjure the true name of something. If I'm saying create metal, I'm not telling anything to create metal, I'm just saying metal. But if I looked at a stone and I said, stone, create metal, or stone, give me metal, the stone will... whatever minerals or metal pieces are in that stone will come out. So, something like that. Now, there are exemptions to this rule, such as fire. If I want to create fire, I just say create heat from hand, make fire. Boom. I can create fire. But that's because fire isn't a material, it's an energy. And I'm pulling the energy from something else, either myself or the heat around me. Which means I would probably make it colder. Same thing with air. Air is all around me already. It's a gas. I just start making the breeze blow. So there are a couple of exceptions, but it still doesn't mean these elements that I'm conjuring are coming from literally nowhere. So for mine, it doesn't affect food production, manufacturing, trade, or natural resources, because you can't create new shit. You have to work with whatever's there. And, like I said, Fullmetal Alchemist is pretty close to that as well. And Atla, same thing. You can't create new water. You have to control the water that's there. Now, what effect does magic have on art and literature? Interesting. Wouldn't that affect manufacturing, though? Well, true, yes, it would affect manufacturing, but I was thinking more of a, like, making it out of nothing sort of thing. It would help with manufacturing, but it just depends on what kind of manufacturing they have. For food production, for instance, you wouldn't be able to create food out of nothing, but you would be able to move water through the aqueducts and let it sprinkle on food that you are growing. It would make distribution of water for the plants a lot easier. So that would be easy. And that means there would be less automation for farming if someone could just conjure it. However, there will still be some form of manual labor because, like I said, it's a little rare for people to be able to do this ability. Or it means that there are guilds, specifically for farming guilds, that know how to move water around, that will make it rain, essentially, on the crops. If a puppet's true name was Detroit. Yes. What do you mean by puppet, by the way? Like a little wooden doll? Then you could say Detroit become human. Get out of here! No! And that would be Pinocchio. Stop it! Pinocchio needs to get out of here. I don't know what it is with our culture right now that's just obsessed with Pinocchio, but there's been like 4 things of Pinocchio coming out. Can't have shit in Detroit. Can't have shit in Detroit become human. Yumby orange. Oh, do you need sneebies? Do you need shweebies? Go get them sleebies. No? Oh. Fangy, are you sure you don't need sleep? Alright, magic on art and literature. So, yeah, this has to do with just whatever you think would make it. Do people get inspired by magic or people who have performed magic and write or create art of that person? Once again, Full Metal, they have portraits as well as diagrams of beautiful depictions of like lions and the sun, and that is how they do it. They show the alchemy through these metaphors. Like the people of Xerxes, they had this really cool diagram with the sun, or the lion eating the sun. So that's a piece of art that is associated with their magic system. Their magic system is actually a part of art. They use art to draw these diagrams for their equations to perform the magic to begin with. As well as literature, they use a lot of code to keep their notes safe. So each alchemist, well, a lot of the alchemists that are studying new stuff at least, they keep their notes in code. For instance, Markov, what's his name? Marco? I'm absolutely certain I need Sneebies. What's Sneebies? But Marco puts his notes in the form of a cookbook. Sleepies. Oh, go get Sleepies! Fangy! Pet, 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 sleep! But I refuse to go sleep. Why are you not sleeping? Wah. But yeah, Marco writes his notes in the form of a cookbook. And this codes, it encrypts it, that's the word. It encrypts his notes so that people don't really understand it. But that's not just the only type of art and literature you can do. It could just be inspirational instead. It could also be poetry. People could write about it. But I can't think of anything other than that. And considering in my world, magic is a relatively new concept, they don't have like really old art and literature about it. Ah? Yes, Fangy? And yes, you do need to get some sleep. You bottom, go to sleep! What about art like structures? True. You could also use it for sculptures as well. Statues. I'm still trying to figure out examples of how you would do that, though.
Ooh, ow, ow.
Oh, you can't sleep? You've been not sleeping at night, so I need to properly reset my sleep schedule. You know what? I feel that. I understand. I get that. I've had to do that before. I can't yell at you about that. But yes, if you can come up with ways on how it affects art and literature, go for it. Me, I'm not going to worry about it too much for mine, because I don't need to. Understandable. Alrighty, we have actually finished the magic system, and we are heading in to the next thing, called Designing an Urban Fantasy or Paranormal World. Paranormal Romance. I don't know if I want to cover that too much, because that's not what I usually cover, but for those who want to do that, I can read it off to you real quick, and then you can take notes on it. But I'm not going to really be filling it out. Come on. There we go. So, if you're interested in doing an urban fantasy or paranormal romance, which is, you know, werewolves in a, yeah, Twilight. Twilight is a good word for that. Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Supernatural. Those are urban fantasies. I have a long list of things I've been trying. Oh. Alright, so if you want to make an urban fantasy, you want to do stuff like this. You have to list the paranormal beings that live in your world, like werewolves, vampires, and fairies. Never had this problem, always changed my schedule radically. Yeah, I feel that. Not sleeping till midnight. Sarax, please get some sleep, buddy. You can always watch the VOD. It exists. My YouTube exists too. You can always go to YouTube. I have uploaded every single video I've ever made there. Please, don't do this to yourself. I would like you guys to get some sleebies at proper times. It's only 10 p.m. You got this. Go get some schweebs. VOD is not interesting. I love to interact with the streamer and other people. I know, but still. If you're not sleeping, buddy.
Wah.
Anyway. Yes, you want to list off the paranormal beings that live in your world for your urban fantasy. Werewolves, vampires, fairies, banshees, whatever you think is there. For each paranormal, answer the questions below. So, for each paranormal being... Here, you know what? I'm just gonna write this down anyway. Where? Since I do technically have an urban fantasy as well. My urban fantasy story is actually a roleplay story, though. Not anything people can consume. So, list of paranormals. And then for each paranormal, you want to know the paranormal type. Like, are they undead? Are they a vampire? Are they a ghost? Are they a shapeshifter? How do you become them? How to become one? Are you bitten? Are you given birth? Do you have to die? Do you have to get a transfusion? Which is how you do it for my vampires. A vampire, you say? Yes. Yeah, for my vampires, you need a... Technically, you need a transfusion. What abilities do they have? Abilities. Are they fast? Are they speedy? Are they, strong? Do they get super healing? All that good stuff. Do humans know about them? How much do humans know? Is it a secret world? Because usually it's a secret world. Hello, Pats! How you doing? Welcome in. But yeah, usually it's a secret world, but I'm sure there's been a couple where people have known about the supernatural. If they're hidden, how do they remain undetected? How do they keep themselves hidden from humans? Typically, you can't completely keep yourself hidden, which is where we get humans madly ranting about werewolves in their basement, you know, in the backyard, in the streets. But people typically don't listen to that because humans have this little proclivity to not noticing anything if it doesn't involve them. For my vampires, there are multiple ways to become a vampire, each with their own benefits and weaknesses. Ow, my foot. But yes, how do they remain hidden? Like I said, for me, it's just a combination of, well, they just don't ever really involve themselves with humans. And if they do, they just kind of pick them off. Because they know that humans can kill them. For instance, my werewolves, I think I talked about this, actually, in my urban fantasy setting, which, like I said, it's not a book or a comic, it's a roleplay. It's a roleplay world I do. Because I am a nerd. I have a bunch of vampires and werewolves. And one of my poor werewolves had to deal with humans. And these humans specifically, know that werewolves exist, and they use that to their advantage. They actually take werewolves, and while the werewolves are turned into wolves, they, you know, they capitalize on the fur industry. And since werewolves can survive this and have super healing, yeah, they just keep generating furs on the werewolves and taking the furs and selling the furs. It's fucked, but it's something that happens. It's a marketing, it's something they can do to get profit. It's fucked, but it happens. And my poor baby boy Bobby has to deal with it. I've fucked up this poor man so much. Like, here, I'll show you a really old piece of him. And I can show you where the stopping point of the fur collecting was. I'm sure it's easy to see. They did some stuff. This poor boy. I'm sorry, baby boy. You didn't deserve it. But yeah, that's what happens if humans know. So these guys want to stay hidden, because fuck that, humans take advantage. Alright, where is my book? There it is. So, if they're hidden, what unseen effects do they have on the world? If hidden, what do they affect? There are not as many ways to become a werewolf as vampires in mind, but there are still very different ways. I know for me, you can only become a werewolf one of two ways. It's either by being bitten by a werewolf that can turn you, or being born of two werewolves. And there are two types of werewolves, alphas and betas. If you are an alpha, it means you were born of two werewolves. If you are a beta, it means you were bitten and changed by an alpha werewolf. Betas cannot turn you. Betas do not have that ability to turn another person. Alphas do. Another difference, alphas can control the shape-shifting, betas cannot. So it makes it to where the alpha or the betas are reliant on the alphas, because they're mindless, shape-shifted creatures at night, and the alphas basically have to...
Oh, hi, Blippi. Thank you for the sippy.
Archetype is archetype Earth to be specific. Of course. And oh, right. You can become a vampire by magic, but it's more of a blood-drinking zombie. Ah, right. Death Apostle's like, Arquid. That's hard to say. Yeah, that still sounds... So they use magic to become vampire. Yeah, that still sounds more fantasy. A little more fantasy than urban fantasy. But, what was I saying? Oh, right. My vampire, werewolves. Yeah, there's the alpha, and then the beta. The alphas are born. The betas are bitten. And then the alphas can control their shapeshifting. The betas cannot. They are subject to it. And then the alphas have their mind when they shapeshift, the betas do not. So when the moon comes up and the betas change, the alphas have to be responsible for whatever betas they've turned. And usually they are. Some werewolves are cool for it. They're like, yeah, sure, I'll take care of you. Although, there isn't really a stigmata. And poor Bobby. My little boy, he is a beta. He got bit. And no, there's no such thing as an omega. Omegas don't actually exist in terms of actual wolf families. Alphas, betas, and omegas don't exist. But because these are werewolves that have been turned, they still process their familial structure as they think wolves are. So they do call themselves alphas, betas, gammas, and omegas. And typically, there's two types, I guess, of alphas and betas. No, you're good. I'm not annoyed, I promise. I just don't understand some of the words. That's all it really is. I don't know how to say arc, arquick, fuck, I can't say it. I'm stupid. I'm just dumb. I don't know how to say arquid, arquaid. I'm just gonna say arquid like how Fangy typed it because I'm dumb. But yes, that's how my werewolves work. My vampires work differently. But yes, how would they affect the world? Yes, dance. And I'm trying to think of how they would do that. Oh, right. They could probably end up creating a lot of stories, a lot of urban legends and all that. It could also make a lot of like detectives probably have to do a like private sector of some humans that do know these guys exist, and maybe the police force that do hunt these things, not really a police force, more like a vampire bounty hunters and vampire hunters and all that. They probably keep it under wraps as well because they don't want to scare people. They don't want to like scare the masses about it. There's a minor god that stole a book of curses and tries to use them for good in my story. Oh, that's cute. Although that would be extremely difficult if it's curses. If they're out, ooh. If known, how do humans... I'm gonna do this. How do they hide? How do humans interact with them? If humans know that these things exist, how do they treat them? Are they secondary citizens? Are they feared? How has their presence changed the world? Have they always been there, or is it recent? So now the humans are like, oh, fucking shit, what is that? Oh god, it talks, you know? Is there a stigmata? Do humans think it's a bad thing to have them around? You know? How do they fit into the human world? Do they have jobs? Do they live in certain areas? How do they fit in? Like I said, are they treated like second-class citizens, where they have to live segregated from humans because humans think they're gonna hurt them? And are human and paranormal relationships banned or accepted? How are interspecies relationships taken? Like, for instance, in my urban fantasy, I have an established thing where if a werewolf and a human get together, they can have a half-werewolf kid. This kid will not really need to change like a werewolf, but he will have extremely super strong, very strong, I guess strength. They are extremely strong, supernaturally so. They are a lot faster, and they get their werewolf lineage all in the physical strengths, but none of the weaknesses, if that makes sense. They also have the slightly yellow ring to their eyes, because werewolves will always have golden eyes. If I show you all of my werewolves, you'll see that they have gold eyes. Let me go grab them, actually. I'm gonna show you...
You're gonna get to see all my werewolves. I have 3 that I really love.
Where is he? There he is. So, these are the 3 that I typically focus on. These are 2 of them. You know this guy. This is Bobby. And this is Jacob. I love Jacob. He is a bean. He is an angel sent by God. And I appreciate him very much. But you can see they both have golden eyes. And they all have canines. As you can see, Bobby has little TVs. They all have that. And then there is... my third one. There he is. Eli. I love him. I pet him. He is my boy. But you can see he also sports these golden hues, and that's because the golden eyes are just what they get whenever they turn. Oh, heck, BRB. Okay. BRB, hopefully you're gonna go get a nap. Well, that's right, you can't. But still, I wish I could help you nap. Where's my book? There it is. But yes, they will always have these little ringlets on their eyes. But are the relationships accepted? I think it depends on the people. Will humans accept them? Or will paranormals accept them and humans won't? Because that does happen sometimes, where one group is perfectly fine with it, while the other group's like, ew, no, don't do that. Like, for instance, once again, in my stuff, I do have a half-werewolf kid. He's like 7 years old or something. 7 or 8. And his mom and dad, his mom was the werewolf, his dad was the human. Neither of them were persecuted for it because they lived in an area where it was very common for supernaturals to be. Humans were, as a population, were very low. However, if it were the opposite and humans knew that she was a werewolf, they would probably stigmatize the dad for being with her. So it just depends on the group itself. The werewolves wouldn't care. Well, they'd kind of care. But they wouldn't care like humans would. It would mostly just be a worry of health. And that's also a thing. Why are the interspecies relationships barred or accepted? Using the whole example of this kid again, let's say the dad was a werewolf and the mom was a human. That would bring on some health implications, because if the human mother could not handle having a werewolf embryo, it could kill her. The thing that caused the god to steal the book was that they were given a small area of land to watch over, and another god put a plague on the area. So to save them, he tried to turn the people into vampires. To save them, it didn't exactly work. I mean, you know, he's trying to make the best of a bad situation is what it sounds like. There are no werewolves in Fate, at least not normal ones. There are only, as Harry Potter calls them, animages, but you can transform your body parts and full body into wolves. See, only werewolf-like ones. Yeah, I just popped my back and that felt great. Yes, Ryza? What is it? But yes, you could go back and forth with that. There's also the implication of cultural significance. What? Now I have 8. Here we go. Now I have 8 redeems. We're doing it, man. We're swimming. Of course, though, Ryza. Thank you. Mwah. But, yeah, for werewolves, they also have this thing whenever they get into a relationship called imprinting. It's not like fucking whore. What's her name? Yes, we're gonna have an art week. Tomorrow, I'm going to do another art stream, by the way. I must now lurk sadly, but I send hugs and smooches. Of course, of course. Wah, mwah. But yes, tomorrow we're gonna be doing another art stream. But what was it? Back to the thing. Stephanie Meyer, that's her name. Her version of imprinting is gross and stupid, and I hate it. It literally leads to disgusting behavior. Oh, hello, Yogurt. Thank you for the stretchy. Ugh. I popped something. Oh, that felt great. Ugh. Okay, we're good. But yeah, whenever I say imprinting, I'm not talking about her whole mess of a bullshit system, because that's gross. But I do mean that, yes, when it's more like when 2 consenting adults bump uglies, they are now imprinted and bonded onto each other, because some wolves mate for life. So I took that into account. There we go. I have added you to the list, Ryza. Teehee. But that would be a reason why werewolves would not want humans to be with other werewolves. Humans don't do that. They don't imprint, but the werewolf does. So if a werewolf and a human get together and they do things, they, you know, they do the sex. The werewolf will imprint, but the human will not. So the human could easily leave, but the werewolf will forever only be attended to the human until they die. So it's, unless the human is literally in it for the long haul and people know that they're not gonna leave the werewolf because of some silly shit, or that they're, you know, super serious about the relationship, they can't. Because the poor werewolf will literally be hung up on this person for the rest of their life because they have no choice. It's part of their imprinting protocol. So that's a good reason why they wouldn't want interspecies relationships. You can smash the werewolf? Yeah. But you'd have to prove your loyalty, if that makes sense. You'd have to really get them to go, oh, yeah, okay, I trust you. And then, you know, if you leave, they'd consider you a dick. Can I get smashed by a werewolf? I don't know, can you? Not my werewolves, probably. But, because they, like I said, my version of werewolves are very much bond connected. The god got another area, and that asshole god sent the vampires to attack the new area, so he made werewolves. That went a lot better. Fair. Yes, please. Okay. Don't worry, you'll be knotted up, Fanky. God, I hate that I said that. Anyway, we're gonna cover science now. Monster fucker motherfuckers. Who turned this channel into a monster fucker channel, huh? Who invited you people? It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't little old me. Yeah, it was Khan. It was Khan, blame him. Alrighty, science. Alright, so, when doing your science, it says here, your first question, how much do scientists know about the laws of nature and physics? How much do they know? How much do they know about the laws and physics of their world? Are some of the things they know wrong? Have they gotten stuff wrong? For example, Aristotle's idea of gravity were wrong, but accepted for centuries. So basically, what does their science look like? How are they doing it? Oh. Orange slice. Oh! Do sciences on your fictional world exist that don't exist in our world? So, for example... Whoops. There we go. So it says here, do the people of your fictional world have scientific theories or fields that don't exist in this world? What are they? Once again, like we were talking about Full Metal, it's a very good example for a scientific magical system. They do consider their stuff science, and they have research notes and science notes that they keep hidden and locked away because they don't want people stealing their techniques. Like, for instance, the fire alchemist. His research notes were scientific in nature, even though he was conjuring fire with these things. And that is clearly something we don't have on this planet. We don't have scientific theories that say, if you have this symbol on your hand and you snap your finger, you can create fire. That's not a thing we can do, but they can, because it's part of their world. Alright, here we go. If applicable, how do science and magic interact? I just gave you that example. How does science... How does science and magic interact? Which I just gave an example. It also says, are they separate? Do they overlap? For example, the scientific study of magic. That's also another thing with Hextech. Hextech is science and magic kind of together. Artificers. Artificers go over magic in a scientific sense because they're using it for their inventions, their technology. Where is science and technology research done? Where is it practiced? Who practices it? So, who exactly gets to do the sciencing and the technology? Is it a specific field? Is it for anyone? A big himi? Oh no, a big himi. I already have a widow himi. Oh, himi disappeared. I already have a little himi. How's this gonna work? Okay, I have an idea. Let me scoochy some of you guys over. I'm gonna have a littler himi right here. Then I'm gonna go grab a big himi. Boop. Come on now. Himbui. I did it. Kind of. There we go. I did it. Boy Himbui. She now wiggles. But yes, who does the sciencing? For my world, once again, we're going to use my stuff as an example. Typically, the ones who do science and technology are people who have trained for that in some sort of guild or underneath someone. And guilds are basically kind of like the scientific community of today. You have to have schooling for it, and you have to understand it. You can't just be like a merchant or a shopkeeper. You have to study this thing for years. Is science valued or not? Is it valued? There we go. Are some fields more valued than others?
Oh, Himby, calm down.
How does society view science and those who use it? So basically, is it stigmatized? Do people think people who use science are dumb or silly or you know, the saviors of the world? Like, who are these scientists and how do people treat them? And what fields are more valued than others? Like, for example, if we are in an area where food is literally important so much that we're going to die because we are struggling to grow crops, scientific research that has to do with growing food faster is probably going to be more valuable than any other field at the time. Because we physically do not have the power to worry about anything else. Alright, designing technology! Oh, this is gonna be fun. I want to design technology. Technology! So, it says here, pick an era in human history that is comparable to the technological level of your fictional society and give it a brief description of it. Okay, so basically, what is the technological level of your fictional world? People are afraid of technology. Why? So basically, look at a society that's on the same technological level as your fictional world. For example, most of the tech... Hello, Period. You got a haircut! Nice. I bet you look very handsome. But most technology, most fantasies specifically, typically go for medieval. That's why it's usually called medieval fantasy. So as such, they usually have medieval technology. But you don't need to go medieval. You could go lower than that, or a little higher than that. For instance, there is something called gas lamp fantasy, where people do use magic and they conjure like eldritch beings. But that would be kind of like Bloodborne, where it's like Victorian. Gaslamp fantasy is Victorian fantasy. The faux hawk is shaped back up and I have fuzz. Oh, the boy has fuzzies. But yeah, just choose whatever you think would be close, and then you can figure it all out. Here it says, if the technology in your world is far advanced of anything on Earth, then just write that down along with the description. Basically, what's your technology level? Are you more Bronze Age? Are you more Iron Age? Are you Baroque period? Where exactly is this technology? Who has access to technology? Like, for instance, nowadays, technology is pretty much universal as long as you can buy it. And it's relatively cheap. Well, okay, it's not cheap, but it's still pretty cheap. It's not like a luxury item. It doesn't cost like $20,000 to get a phone. It's just a few hundred in a pay plan. Like, it's not bad. Is it reserved for a powerful elite? Does everyone have access? Yeah, let's say we're in an area, or we're in a time where we are having modern technology, but only the few can have it because they're the 1%. So we're still having to deal with rudimentary technologies or something. I like the Doctor Who episode with Charles Dickens and the gas ghosts. I'm sorry, I've never watched Doctor Who. I apologize. Are some technologies reserved for the powerful while others aren't? What problems does this cause? And clearly it would cause a lot of problems depending on what technology it is. Oh, here's a good idea. We do not have access to most radioactive technologies. That is usually reserved for scientists who have been hired by very powerful people in the event that they want to create nuclear weapons. That's actually what happened in the 40s. Or, the 30s, not the 40s. The 40s and the 50s were the Cold War. But, yeah. How does that deal? Travel.
Ooh, travel.
So, how do they travel? Let's see. How does their travel? Do they teleport? Do they have space travel? Do they just have cars like we do? Do they use animals? Do they ride horses? Or here it also says, do they use canoes? What is their mode of travel? What is their recent advancements of travel? And what is the effect? So clearly if you're in a car, you're fine. The effect is mostly, hey, don't go too far or don't go too fast or you're going to end up crashing really bad. For space travel, the effects would be, honestly, your DNA mutating and changing, and you'd have to think about the radiation that you're passing through whenever you go between planets. And as for teleportation, you'd have to think about the particles and how it would affect your body physically. Communication! Oh, I'm starting to run out of room. So communication, how do they do it? Do they use carrier pigeons? Do they use telegraphs? Do they use wireless cellular devices? And here it says, do they use braided ropes? Do those even work? Do, like, you know, like the tin can and the string thingy? Like, do those actually work? They'd have to, right? I guess. I'm gonna have to look that up later, because I don't know. Yes they do. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so cool. That's so cool. Honestly, I could see that being used during a rudimentary technology to, like, get news out between, like, a house or something. Like, you have these little, phone line things, like, cans set up, around a house, and you use it to talk to people. I think that'd be really cool. So, what is the most recent advancement of the communication technology? What are they working on? And then, what are the effects? If you're using a carrier pigeon, the effects would be the pigeon could get caught or intercepted, and that message will never be gotten by whoever you're sending it to. You gotta make sure the rope's connection to the can is tight, though, or the vibrations won't transfer right. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Oh, jeez. Alright. Next up, for communication, or for technology, is warfare. How do they use it? Do they have iron swords? Do they have longbows? Or do they have crossbows? Do they have nuclear weapons? Wow, I can't write. Nuclear weapons. Or do they have drones and lasers? Once again, what is the most recent advancement? And what are the effects? Having nuclear weapons will give you the effect of, hey, if you don't be careful with that, you're literally gonna get radiated, buddy. Farming and food production. There we go. For example, you can have the plow, genetic engineering, and lab-grown meat. I'd eat lab-grown meat. What are the recent advancements? And what are the effects? All communication in my world is going to be done with flower arrangement and letters. Aww. Vocal speaking is reserved for the home as seen as impolite. Just an example I thought of. That'd be so cute. That sounds like if they really need to get something across and they can't do it like normally and they're out and about, that would give way for a really complex sign language. Alright. After that, medication. And healthcare. So, what do they use? Antibodies, it says here. Antibiotics, sorry. Antibiotics. Vaccines. Nanobots. Oh yeah, nanobots. You could put in, like, nanomachines and control them to go through the body and heal. Yeah, it would be fun. Yeah. Alright, what's the recent and what's the effects? And energy. For example, hydroelectricity. Coal. Oil. Solar power. And nuclear fusion. Sleepiness is taking too strong a hold. BRB napping. Oh, okay, Fangy. Have a good little nap. Pet, pet, pet. And once again, what are the recent advancements and the effects that this would cause on your world? Oh, jeez. How many of theirs are these? Oh, there's so much. Okay, there's 2 more. Or 3 more. So, computing!
Wow.
How do they handle computation? Do they have it? Abacus. Oh, right, abacus is a computer, technically. Do they have an abacus? Do they have pocket calculators? Calculators. There we go. Do they have quantum computers? Do they have phones? Like we do. Which is technically a little computer inside our pocket. Or do they have AI that help with everything? What's the most recent advancement? Yes, abacus. So, what is the recent technology and what are the effects of the technology? And then we have manufacturing. For example, pottery wheel. Robots. That's a leap. And then the 3D printers. Yes, how do they manufacture materials? What's the most recent advancement? And what are the effects? How does this affect the industry? I don't know what an abacus is, do not worry. Oh, you do know what an abacus is, okay. Don't worry, I'm worried. And then other. For example, if you are using a type of technology that isn't covered above, add it here. So, what are the recent advancements of this technology, and what are the effects that it has? Now, I can't think of any other examples that could go here. But yeah, if you have something that wasn't covered, you could just bloop, plop it right there. Alright, social structures. Hell yeah. Alright, let's cover social structure. You know what's really satisfying? Whenever I'm writing, I hear my pen tapping very lightly on my tablet, and it just... I don't know, it just... It sounds nice. I'm over here tapping it now. See, like... Let's see if I can get you guys to hear it. It's just a really nice sound. It makes me feel like I'm writing on a clipboard. On a digital clipboard. It's really cool. So, relationships. How many partners does someone typically have? Are they monogamous? Reverse harem. Hello. It says reverse harem. Anyway, what does society consider the ideal partner? Like, in the 1940s, the ideal wife was considered someone who could cook, could clean, could rear children. You know, the lovely little, the trad wife, the housewife. And the man was the one who went out until midnight, working all day, and brought home the bacon. Someone say, more wee ones? Hell yeah. But, that's just one example out of many.
Wait, one.
There we go. Have him hold on.
Wee one.
But yes, what does society say is the ideal partner, depending on either the gender... Does the gender have to do with this, part of the ideal partner? It just depends. So what does society consider the ideal way to find the partner? So I know for the longest time, our ideal way of finding a partner was arranged marriage. Your parents grabbed you up and said, okay, you're marrying this person now. Nowadays, it's something called chance meetings. It's usually just oh, I met you, you're cool, we've gotten to know each other, and now we're dating. Here it also says fated mates, as in you are fated to be together, you're destined. Because the universe knows that you guys were born to be together for some reason, probably either through magical or supernatural means. That's usually used with werewolves, though. Does society think you have to wait for your soulmate? Like, maybe you have a soulmate that you reincarnate with, and you have to find them. What's considered romantic? And here it says, vampires might find sharing blood romantic. I'm just saying. Bite me. Now, I don't know what it means by sharing blood. Sharing blood with each other? Like, doing a little trade-off? Because, fun fact, my vampires do that. They typically have a society where, especially if they're having a marriage society, or a marriage ceremony, they will trade blood with each other. And that is because, much like how werewolves have alphas and betas, where the alphas are responsible for the betas because the alphas can control everything and the betas cannot, vampires work not necessarily similarly, but close-ish to that, wherein the vampire that turns the other vampire is now their sire. And because they've had their blood, they know where they are. They know where they're located. They're basically like their thrall almost. They can't control them, but they can certainly influence them. But if both vampires trade their blood together, they're saying we are equal. We are not, we're not siring each other, we're equals to each other. I just saw a Breath of the Wild mod that swaps Link with Woody from Toy Story and replaces the paraglider with Buzz. Hell yeah. Nice. Also in my urban fantasy, have you heard of the Chinese hopping vampire? I have. They're great. But also in my world, my urban fantasy, werewolves use marking because maybe I have a bit of a, maybe I like biting, but whatever. But yeah, they leave hickeys on each other and they're like, yep, that's mine. They also do scent marking. They like rub their forehead on each other to get scent glands on each other. And the other werewolves will be able to smell each other's scent off of them and be like, oh yeah, you're that person's. Big difference with the Chinese hopping vampires that they feed off of ki rather than blood. Oh, like the Moroi. They're like psychic vampires. Yeah, I know that they're like more ghostly, where they eat your spirit or your energy rather than your blood. Sarah X, don't hose me. Here we go. Family and gender. So, describe the ideal family structure in the society. So, ideal family structure. Is the family structure a nuclear family, such as what we have? Like, we have nuclear. It's like 2 parents and children. That's nuclear. Or is the family structure, hey, here's the grandmother that rules the house, and then she has her firstborn daughter, and then her firstborn daughter brings in her son, her new son-in-law, because the firstborn daughter married him, and then they have their kids grow up in their mother's household. You know, and then maybe they have a few aunts or uncles that live there. Like, what is the family structure about? I can't do the wall clip to skip back to the Hinox fight. Oh, no way. I'm sorry. You can't cheat the game, Amy. I can't help it. I'm a little lewd sometimes. We're all a little lewd sometimes. I think that's for the vampire I've chosen for my fantasy universe. Vampire that was a result of alchemy, but their food source is mana. Vitae. I love the word vitae. It's such a good word.
Thank you, Blippy, for the sippy. Ow.
Oh, I needed that. So, what are the advantages and disadvantages to living with the family structure that they have? Whoa. So, advantages and advantages. There we go. What are the advantages and disadvantages of the living situation? So, I say an advantage of the one I did was like, oh yeah, well, you have your aunts and uncles, and they have their kids and their siblings, and they're all living under grandma's roof. A la Encanto. So, they are all raised together by the parents. All the kids can be watched a little more diligently. But at the same time, it can get a bit crowded, and there's going to be favorites. Grandma is going to be in charge because she's the ruler, she's the matron of the house, and she's going to clearly pick favorites. And there's probably going to be some sort of power struggle, especially within the family. Ow. I didn't know there was a metal box to smack him in the nuts. Smack him in the nuts. Alright, what other types of families exist? Are there other types of families? There we go. And what are their advantages and disadvantages? And do people discriminate against them because they're non-ideal? You know, nowadays, we usually discriminate against single mothers who's raising their kids. I don't know why, but we discriminate a lot against them. Aw, cute. Another Hemi, because why not? Alright, I'll make this one smaller. Also, the big one is, like, slowly encompassing my whole body. There. There we go.
I'll put this tiny Hemi
Right on my head. There we go. But, yeah, are they discriminated against? Because, like I said, we discriminate against single mothers. We also discriminate nowadays against same-sex families. Thankfully, this stuff is going away, slowly. But in typical nuclear family eyes, we, for some reason, as a culture, discriminate against that, and it's shitty. So, what exactly are the 9 ideal families, and do people hate them? Or, you know, don't appreciate their existence in your culture. To use a society that is not ours for once, let's say, you know how I say my dwerg have a family structure of a woman as the leader, as the ruler of her house, the master of the house, 2 to 4 husbands, and then her kids with each of those. And the family structure is her husbands, and then her being mostly in charge of raising any girls that they have, and then each husband being respectively in charge of whatever sons she has with him. So he's not going to be raising another guy's kid. And then any other kids that are born non-binary or infertile, their third gender, they're going to be raised by that father's attendant that he's brought home, that he's brought from his home. But let's say that doesn't happen. Let's say one of the guys leaves and he takes his daughter with him. Or let's say that the guy is watching his daughter and all the kids that were his, not just his son. They would be like, dude, why are you taking on so many kids? That's not your responsibility to watch over a girl. You don't know what girls need to be taught. Like, there would be a stigma against him for raising his daughter. There would be a stigma against a woman raising her son. They'd be like, you don't know what a guy needs to learn societals. You have to go give him to his dad. You take care of the daughters. She'd be like, no, fuck you. I want to take care of my son. That's typically how the dwerg do it. So that's an example I could use. Are there gender roles? There's always gonna be gender roles. I like the cinnamon one. That's my favorite roll. My cinnamon roll. Alright, so gender roles. And how do they play a part in the family? What are they within the family and outside of the family if there's a difference? Do they have a difference in gender roles? Like I said, in the 1940s, the gender roles of the female versus the male, as they saw it, was very different. They wanted the lady to stay home and clean. They wanted the dude to go out and make the money. And that was the typical roles of the genders back then. Nowadays, not so much. Thank God. Let me be a house husband, please. And also make a bit of money with my art, because I like drawing art for you guys. Alright, social stratification. I forgot what that means. We'll find out in a minute. This is just as much of a surprise to it as me. So, what is the social hierarchy or class system? Oh yeah, it's the class system. How is their class system? Is it capitalist? Is it caste? How do they do it? If everyone's equal, how do they achieve it? How do they get that equal status? And remember, we've covered all this before, and that's because this is the worksheet of all of the pieces of the book that we've read. So we're just covering it again, but we're breaking it down into a more digestible list so that you guys can write these down. Let's say you pull up a Google Doc, you write these down, and then you put down exactly what you need to do for your society, if it's applicable. Hiccup. Oh, care package. Thank you. I'm gonna get a little stretchy. Oh, that felt nice. I'm gonna get a sippy. Now I'm gonna get a snack. I need to open another orange. Where's my orange? Gib. Gib orange. Where's my cat? Oh. Hi, baby. What are you looking at? Cecil was just staring out the window like he was in love. It was so cute.
We must care for the battler. Ah, eek, eek. Thank you. I gotta open my orange. I'm gonna use my teeth. Ow. Eh. There we go. Oh yeah, I use my little fangies to puncture through the skin of the orange so I can peel it. God, the smell is great. I love the smell of oranges. Mmm. It yummy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There we go. Are you guys ready, by the way, for the Breath of the Wild sequel to come out? I am. And I'm going to be playing the shit out of it. As you all know, Breath of the Wild, Legend of Zelda is my favorite gaming franchise. Literally my favorite. I'm Zelding. Zelding. I would love to Zelda right now. I love that game. All games. I love them all. They're all so good. And I'm ready for the sequel. I do want to ask, though, before the sequel comes out, would you guys want me to just hop into the sequel? No holds questioned? Or would you want me to play the first one, Breath of the Wild specifically, before I dip into the sequel? I should probably do a poll of that on my Twitter, but what would you guys want? I'm gonna ask you since I have you here. And see what you guys want. That orange yummy. I'm trying to get Hinox's guts. Ugh. Nom, nom, nom.
Hinox's guts are... Hinox are assholes. I don't like fighting them. They're dicks. Oh, I need to make sure my Elgato's plugged in. I've unplugged everything. Oh, I'd love Breath of the Wild because I didn't really watch it and I want to see you play it.
Oh, okay.
Then I could start doing that over the weekend, over the Christmas break. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Maybe I could grab Weewine and be like, Weewine, watch me play. But yes, I could start preparing for that. Like I said, I need to make sure my Elgato's plugged in. Because when I unplugged everything from my computer so I could put the new parts in, I don't know if I plugged back everything, so I have to make sure. I'm sure it is, but still, I want to make sure. Alright, so, who's on the... Hey yo, who are the bottoms and who are the tops of your social hierarchy? So basically, what is the levels of your social hierarchy? Who is on the top of everyone? Who's on the bottom? Typically, bottoms, I'm interested. Typically, the top of the food chain of this social class are the 1%ers, either the rich and powerful or the royalty, stuff like that. You killed 2 no guts. Oh no. Why are you looking for guts? If I may so ask. So, what are the advantages and disadvantages of being at the top of the social hierarchy? So, advantages and disadvantages of being the top. So basically, if you are royalty and you are on the top of this food chain, oh, they'll level up your clothes. Got it. But if you're at the top here, you will clearly get a lot of privilege and advantages. You can probably bypass some certain laws. You could probably just pay your way to stuff. But there are also disadvantages. You could also be hunted down and murdered in your sleep.
Space Sam DVD, Space Sam DVD. Hi, Sam. Also, if you are in charge of something, like you're in a government position, you have a lot of shit to deal with. You literally have to run, like, an entire country if you're a king. Or you could just don't. But typically you need some sort of managing skills in order to make sure shit stays afloat. Because if you don't, that's how your country falls. So you do have a lot of responsibilities. What are the advantages and disadvantages of being at the bottom of the hierarchy? Advantages and disadvantages. Damn it. So a disadvantage is clearly that you're going to be stomped on by people who are above you. But advantages could be that you are not messed with nearly as much. Hello, Aurelia! Welcome in. How you doing? Way. But I can't really think of a whole lot of advantages for being on the bottom of the rung here. How goes the world building? Good! We are currently discussing social situations, like your class system. And what it's like being on the top of the class system versus the bottom of the class system. Just getting home from school. Nice. I hope you're studying real good. And please do take a good rest, because I know school can be very taxing. But yeah, I can't think of any advantages of it. Mostly just disadvantages, because typically there will be more disadvantages when you're on the lower rungs, and more advantages when you're on the higher rungs. Is there social mobility? Oh, right. Social mobility. You can you or can you not claw out of your fate, I guess? Decided to lay down, feel a little bit sleepy. Of course, Syrax, please. Syrax, if you need to, get some sleep. Please do. Making sure everyone else is studying hard. Oh, are you a teacher or an instructor of some sort? Because that's awesome. Oh, another wee one. Wee one! Speaking of teachers. Come here, wee one. Boop. There he is. Hee. I'm a teacher. Nice! So is Wee One. Leon is my my bear husband. He's the little orange guy you see I'm covered in. He's a bear teacher too. So in that case, kick your feet up. You earned it. Grade the papers later. But yeah, can you move up and down the social ladder? Can you go from rags to riches? Typically, this is harder to do in a class system that's feudal or a caste system, like in India. Taking tomorrow off just to grade. Oh, nice. Wait, then you're not really taking the day off. You're just not teaching that day. You're just grading. And how hard is it? How hard is it for you to climb that ladder? How hard is it for you to become the 1%? I know. Yeah, I know. Oh, cute. Pet, 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 pet. That's a cute little emote. Alright, government and politics. So, what form of government does the society have? And we've already covered those. Monarchies, republics, democracies, government burns to the ground. Theocracies. We've already done these. Who are the key political players? Who can be in government? So if politics is important to your story, then just specify who holds political power. If politics is important, go into more detail. Oh, I had a little yawn. Don't mind me. Oh, Amy, you'll find the guts, I promise. But yeah, who's allowed? Who's allowed to be your government officials? Is it a feudal system where it's just kings? Gilgamesh, best king. Yeah, Tsusangi. Ah, thank you, Pyrian. But yeah, is it a feudal system where it's just kings and his dukes that are in charge politically wise? Is it voted on? And if so, how are the people who are being voted on get chosen? Are they the people that are sponsored by companies and super PACs? And ultimately, it doesn't matter if you vote on them anyway, because they're just going to get kicked out of the primaries and you're going to have to vote for someone else that you don't care about? I'm not projecting. Anyway, how did they handle that? Me coughing. Aw, when you finally have 60k but it said I can't redeem because it was deemed for the stream? Yeah. Get Ryza redeemed it. Candidates will be chosen exclusively by dogs, as they should be. So, what services does the government provide the people? So, services. What does the government do for the people? What services does the government not provide? How does this affect daily life? So, for instance, our government typically provides services such as marriage license, because for a while, we didn't need to go through government officials to say that we are married as a people. That was more of a church thing, and even then, it wasn't a church thing for a while either. It was just a parents shaking hands and saying, yep, your daughter's marrying my son, and now it's official. Here, you get her now. You get her out of my house. This is yours now. And as fucked as that sounds, that's just how it happened. Nowadays, it's government sanctioned because there is a lot of benefits to being married. So you... Oh, you're halfway to 60k. Nice. But yeah, there's a lot of benefits to being married in the eyes of the government. Wow, my throat went. Hold on. Let me get a drink. Okay, I think I'm better. Thank you, Xerax. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I lost my voice for a second. It is getting colder, so I'm gonna start getting stuffy again. Fun fact, for those who weren't here for the very beginning of my streams, whenever I was streaming and it was cold, like during January, February, I was constantly going... because I was stuffy. You can hear it in some of the VODs. I was like, oh, I'm a sniffly bitch. And I'm gonna be a sniffly bitch here in a couple weeks from now. So get ready. Hopefully it doesn't bug you, but I will be a little bit sniffly. Because of weather changes mostly. My nose, my sinuses typically act up a little bit because the weather changes. And it does that whether it gets really cold or really hot. So, you'll hear me sniffling for the first few weeks of the drastic weather changes. But yes, aren't VODs being deleted after some time? Yes, but also, all of my VODs have been uploaded and put on my YouTube. Every single video that I have ever made is on YouTube. But yeah, that's a good service that the government provides. Marriage licenses. Because, like I said, you have a lot of benefits nowadays for being married to somebody. You get tax changes. You get to have healthcare changes. You just get a lot of benefits that the government regulates as a result of being married. So that counts as towards that. Does the government discriminate against a group? Probably. Discrimination. Discrimination will always happen. It's just the shitty part of life. But is there a group that has fewer legal rights and protections than other groups? So basically, does the government go, hey, you have to follow these laws, but these people, they don't have to follow these laws? When is there not discrimination? Yeah, dude, I spelled discrimination wrong. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. Yes, I did. I put an E instead of an I. Hear me out. I'm not dumb. But yes, what effect does this have, where they're protecting groups more than other groups? So, oh god, okay, it says here, politics involves a lot of behind-the-scenes machinations that the public never knows the full truth about. What does the public know about politics in the society? So, what does the public know? Like, for the longest time, I spelt it wrong too, so you're not alone. Hell yeah. But, for the longest time, we thought Area 51 didn't exist. And that was a huge conspiracy over it, like, oh my god, they're harboring aliens and ancient technologies and blah blah blah. And nowadays it's just like, yeah, it's probably just a secret fucking base for something or another. But we know it exists. Now we do. But back then, it was just a conspiracy theory. Nowadays we do. Same thing with something called MK Ultra. We didn't realize that existed, but there were people talking about it and blowing the whistle on it, and we were like, no, you're just a bunch of conspiracy theorists. Guess what? It was real. So, what does the public know? And what does the public not know about what the government's doing? Oh, aliens. Kibby! Hi, Kibby. My cat decided to show up and say hi. Oh, goodbye, little one. So, what do they not know? There we go. What Area 51s and MK Ultras is your government hiding? What is our government still hiding? That's the question. What's really going on? What are the underlying power struggles? Who knows the full truth about it? Basically, well, you don't have to write all of this stuff. It says here, not necessary to know if politics isn't a big part of your story. This is if, like, the politics are really big. But basically, what's the government hiding from their people in your story? Economy! Ah, jeez. So, what is the overall economic structure? There we go. Economic structure. Here it says communism, capitalism. What do they use? What's their version of the economy? And how do people buy and sell items? How do people trade product? Do they barter? Do they use coins? Do they use credits? How exactly do they get goods moving between hands? What are the major what are the major industries in this society? I wanted to say industries. I'm like, that's not a word. Major industries. This depends on exactly what the society is. Like, for example, you guys know my underlings, my lovely little spider folk. They have giant pet spiders, and they have a stranglehold on the spider silk business. That is their major industry, and their huge import. Why? Because they have huge-ass spiders that can make literal spools of thread, yards and yards and yards of silk, by just having giant spiders. So, boom, that's how they do it. How are necessities of life produced, such as food, energy, clothes? So, how do they produce How do they produce necessities? And who produces them? Like, for instance, for us, farmers make our food, and then companies who owns these farms, and these farmers, is in contract with these farmers, take the food, packages it, and sends it off to stores. However, if we're doing like a sci-fi or a Star Trek-like world, the necessities of life, such as food, it's beamed in, kind of. It's like created and then beamed in. They basically create it out of the energy from the ship. So it's not quite 3D printing. They're literally like phasing it into existence. And then they nom nom. And because they have this kind of technology, it has a lot of implications on society. And who produces them? Well, in our society, the farmers produce the food, but in a Star Trek society, the machine produces the food. It's just creating the food. Out of particles in the air. In general, what are the common ways of making a living? So, common ways to make a living. If you're in a pretty balanced society, by economy will strictly be on haggling, of course. Haggle away. So, if you're in a balanced society, you're gonna have a lot of jobs that are just as important and pretty common all around the area. But depending on the society, you will see a skew of that. Like, for instance, if we look at Mars, Dune, specifically. Mars on Dune. Or Dune with Mars, words. The story Dune, planet Mars. A lot of people make money off of spice trading, and that's because it's a lucrative business. I'm trying to think of a real-world example, but I don't want to, like, call attention to anything that could stereotype people, if that makes sense. I guess I could use Venezuela as an example. I know that it's actually really common for a lot of Venezuelans to do, what is it? It's, like, game botting? That's where a lot of game bots come from, because selling gold from games, selling in-currency game money to gold selling websites is actually a pretty lucrative business for them. That's because their country has been absolutely just ravaged by us because we're assholes. And they need to find alternative ways to make money because their economy is kind of in shambles at the moment. Spice economy? I was talking about Dune, but that also works. Spice economy for, Spore Galactic Adventures. Spore does do that as well. But yeah, so it just depends on what the economic status of the country is. Who are the wealthy? Alright, who's wealthy? There we go. Who controls the money? Why do they have control over the money? What do they do with this power? What do they do with the financial power that they have? So for the wealthy, now don't get me wrong. Rich and wealthy are two different things. Celebrities are rich. Jeff Bezos is wealthy. The king, the royal family of England is wealthy. There's a difference between new money and old money. People who are rich, typically, like I said, celebrities and people who have just made themselves, they are a lot different than the super wealthy 1%. They're not the ones we should be targeting either.
Um, the ones... Oh, let's see. Who controls the money? The ones who control the money, at least in our society, it's mostly CEOs, because we are in late-stage capitalism. Man, this shit is getting crazy. Why do they have control over most of the money? Because they're CEOs. They're able to. There's a lot of laws in place that gives them these abilities to do such a thing. Because we don't really regulate it. What do they do with this power? So, yeah, you can have a world like this. Conversely, let's go back to more feudal times again, so I don't make myself sad. Who are the wealthy? Typically the kings and dukes, the ones in control. The ones who are in government positions. Who controls the money? The government positions.
Wow, I had a cough. Sorry about that. My throat itchy. Wow, I'm getting sick. Oh no.
I think I might actually be catching something. Not anything like sick, but like, you know, it's season changing.
I'm starting to get a little cool.
Do they have control over the money and the economy? I don't know if they would be necessarily in control of the economy, not the kings and the dukes.
Oh, thank you, Syrinx, for the new sippy. Nom nom.
I am now out of water. Oh no. It's okay. But yeah, economy. How would a king control the economy? I don't think they would. Not as much as guilds. Guilds would be the ones in control of the economy. Because back then, guilds did everything. They were basically like companies. Go sleep now, good luck. Of course, have a good sleepies. And thank you. We will actually be over very soon.
Legal system! Woo!
And we've already covered a lot of these, but we'll go over it again. Because we will be closing in... we'll be closing in on more unique questions rather than just what we covered in the other piece. So, legal system. Does the society have many laws or very few laws? Is it super regulated? How many laws? I'm just going to put that. Is the country, is the area or the region of these legal systems, is it super regulated or is it just like the Wild West? Like, how many laws are there? And what are the most important laws in place? It says here, are there any laws that will affect your characters or play a part in the plot? AKA, will there be laws that hinder your characters or players or story beats? Will it affect it some way, control it, and make it to where they have to go, oh shit, we need to figure out another way to do this? Will they end up having to break the law? That's up to you. It's up to you and your characters. How are laws enforced? So, how are laws enforced and who does... Oh, hello there. Shaquanda Badi? Nice name. Welcome in. Welcome to the Bat Cafe. I hope you enjoy a cup of tea or a dessert and enjoy your stay. But yes, how do you enforce these laws and what are they... what are the punishments, basically? How are they enforced? Who shoves your ass in jail if you break a law? How are people convicted? How are people convicted? Convicted. There we go. How are people convicted for a crime they committed? Do they get a jury? Do they get a judge? Do they get trial by combat? Like I said, we've already kind of covered these, but once again, here they are. How are people punished?
Do they get put in the timeout box for 10 minutes? Do they get put in jail for 10 years? I am your judge, jury, and executioner. Yeah, do they get executed? Does it depend on the crime? Or do they just execute you if you walk on grass when there was a no don't walk on grass sign? Like, that's a Star Trek joke. Anyway. Faming dragon parts now. Ooh. Wait, dragon parts? What does that mean? You said faming, so I'm assuming you meant naming. Me, I'm confused, but me, I'm curious. Also, I want to eat an orange. Oh. Farming! Thank you, Parian. I'm stupid. Farming. No worries. I'm stupid. Okay. Alright, so how do subcultures outside the mainstream express the value? So how do subcultures do it? And do subcultures have different values? There we go. Do subcultures have different values? And what effect does a value have on an individual and on daily life? How does this value affect people? There we go. How does it play out in everyday life? I'm trying to think of an example here. Also, remember that different people will interpret the core value differently. So there will be people who do different stuff but still have the same value because their lens is different. Ethics. How does the culture define right and wrong? What is right? Whoops. What is right? Whoops. Fuck. Can I write? What is right and wrong? Uh-oh. There we go. I messed up my brush for a second. So what's considered right and wrong? What is immoral and moral? How do they determine this? Like, for instance, there are probably warrior races out there that probably don't consider murder a bad thing if it's done to certain people. Like, maybe they're like, oh yeah, murder's okay. It's like, what warrants that? What's taboo? What do they consider off limits, or what is shocking? What's a shock value to them? For instance, in Japan, it's extremely, not necessarily taboo, but it's very off-putting if you are covered in tattoos. Because tattoos are typically associated with the Yakuza. So whenever they see tattoos, they're like, oh, geez, no. It's not really something they care for. Which is why it's actually illegal to bathe in a public bath when you have tattoos. It's actually illegal, which is really fucking interesting. But it just has to do with their culture. What happens if someone behaves in a taboo way? What happens if someone does a taboo? Are taboos stopped by the law? Are there laws in place?
Or is it more of a social taboo? They're apparently loosening up on that. I hope so. I'm glad to hear that Japan is loosening up on a lot of its stuff. They're starting to realize that they are hurting more than they're helping people. But yeah, are these taboos literally illegal? Or is it just more of a social faux pas? Kind of like how someone burping in public, you know, here, it's like, ew, gross. But like, you're not gonna get arrested for it. But let's say you walk into a store completely naked. You're like, hey, yo, your boy's out. Can we not do that, please? Like, that's public indecency and that's illegal. Because we're not a nudist country here. Keep your dingle away. So, you know, what's considered social, what's considered illegal? And how do people react to it? What does culture consider normal? What is considered normal? What's acceptable? Oh, what's considered normal that strangers would think is weird? So, if there was another culture, or it was our culture looking in, what sort of weird shit do they do? Dingle out. Yes, dingle out. The man is partying. Ugh, stretchies. Yeah, what's considered normal and acceptable to them that we'd be like, what the fuck? Why are you doing that? What does culture consider polite? What do they think is nice? Is it proper to... I don't know. Would it be considered polite to shake someone's hand? Or would it be more polite to give them a bow instead? Japan has issues with people missing fingers too. Wait, they're mad if someone doesn't have a finger? Like, if I accidentally lost a finger in, like, a machine accident, they'll hate me? They'll think I'm weird? That's... Like, what if people literally can't help that? Yeah, whatever. But yes, what do they consider polite and what is considered rude? And, is this oh, Yakuza reasons. Fair. When in doubt, blame the Yakuza. Alrighty. But yeah, we've covered everything here. And now we will boop. So I'm going to probably call it here. It is about 2. We're almost there. We're almost at the mark. Ugh, and we covered a lot more other than just the magic system. And I think we're almost done with the book. We just have to cover religion. Ooh, hiccup. Oh god, there's a lot to religion. History. Hell yeah. Finer details. And then I think that's it. Resources and tools. And then it just gives me a bunch of resources and tools, and we could probably look through those too. Oh, these are cool. There's one called At Home in Fantasy's Nerd-Built Worlds. Oh, we could look over these websites. Dude, there's like 20 websites here. Oh my god. This person did not fuck around. Oh, and they also offer maps. I love maps. Maps are cool. We could also go over maps. There's something called the Cartographers Guild, fantastic maps, how to design a town, how to world build by map, old maps online, languages, you could look through language kits, ancient scripts is now down, that website doesn't work anymore sadly, Zompus is great, HZ Gallery. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's for aliens. Oh my god, we're gonna have to cover all of this. This looks awesome. Hey, they included World Anvil and Wonder Draft. Wonder Draft is great. But yeah, we'll look over all this stuff later. For now, we're gonna call it. Let me scroll on up here. Oh, I scrolled too far. There we go. Alrighty. How'd you guys enjoy it? I hope you guys enjoyed this stuff. I do. I enjoy this stuff a lot. And I hope you guys do too. Oh my god, I am covered. Give me a second. How about fresh boy. But yeah, we're gonna raid out now. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Thank you for vibing with me. I'm gonna cheers. Cheers to you guys. Cheers. Little cup. Lots of Leons. Dude, there were so many Leons. Yes, give him smooches. Also, you see how these cute cups? I want to add more later. I would love to add more later. One day. Cuppies! Yes, my little cups. Gimme cups. You use cups. You can use the cups. I've made sure there are a few that are 1 bit, but I'm probably going to add more over time. These are just the first iteration of cups. Don't worry, there will be more. Alright, but we're going to start raiding out. Let's see who we're going to drop in on. I could drop on a bat. I see a cute batto. Who wants to go see a bat? Because I do. Oh, they're playing something called The Typing of the Dead. I know what this game is. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna go raid them. If I could spell their name. There we go. Let's go see Bly! Bly's a very good bat. She's very sweet. She's very purple. Very cute. And you can grab this to let her know that the raid is coming. If you don't have my emotes, though, that's perfectly fine. You can grab this instead. And I will see you guys tomorrow. We're going to work on more art redeems. Not gaming, I know. And then Friday, I'm probably going to do more Cult of the Lamb. I want to try and beat it, and I want to see if there's more Halloween materials that we can use. Because the game is very fun. I have a lot of fun running around with you guys. Even if it's not you guys playing with me, I still have you guys there in spirit. Joining my cult and being adorable. But yeah, let's go hop over and see some spooky stuff. Typing of the Dead Overkill. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Bright and early. What's the term? Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. There we go. Until then. That fun is very game. That fun is very game! I'm kind of fried right now. My brain hurts. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Wow.